Welcome to 3 a.m. Static. In the dead of night, the static whispers. Turn off the lights, close your eyes, and let the darkness guide you. Tell us where and when you're listening, because at 3 a.m., you're never truly alone.
Story 1. The Haunted Theater. The chipped paint of the theater's exterior peeled like sunburnt skin, revealing layers of faded colors beneath. Ivy, thick and tenacious, clawed its way across the crumbling brickwork, its emerald tendrils snaking through broken window frames like skeletal fingers. The ornate iron gates, rusted and warped, hung precariously from their hinges, a silent invitation to trespass. This was the Blackwood Theater, a forgotten relic of a bygone era, its silent grandeur a stark contrast to the encroaching decay. Liam, ever the pragmatist, hesitated at the gate. "Are you sure about this, Sarah? This place gives me the creeps." His voice, usually jovial, held a nervous edge. Sarah, a whirlwind of restless energy, pushed past him, her flashlight beam dancing across the overgrown grounds. "Come on, slowpoke. It's just an old theater. Besides, it's the perfect location for our urban exploration documentary." Her enthusiasm was infectious, but a knot of unease tightened in Liam's stomach. He'd felt a prickling sensation on the back of his neck since they'd arrived, a feeling of being watched, though there was no one else in sight. Behind them, Maya and Ben trailed, their faces etched with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Maya, the resident history buff, clutched a well-worn book detailing the theater's history, a history that was scant, filled with gaps and whispers of strange occurrences. Ben, the camera operator, adjusted his equipment, his focus entirely on capturing the decaying beauty of the place, seemingly oblivious to the unsettling atmosphere. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying wood. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves and the mournful creak of the dilapidated structure. As they stepped inside, the heavy oak doors groaned in protest, their hinges protesting the intrusion after decades of solitude. Dust motes danced in the beams of their flashlights, revealing a cavernous interior choked with debris. The once grand auditorium was now a wasteland of broken seats, tattered velvet curtains, and a thick layer of dust that coated everything in a fine gray shroud. The stage, a vast expanse of crumbling wood, was littered with remnants of past performances, a discarded prop sword, a tarnished tiara, a single, faded feather. Maya pointed to a faded inscription on the wall, Blackwood Theater, 1888. The date seemed to hum with a strange energy, a palpable sense of the past pressing in on them. She began to read aloud from her book, her voice hushed with reverence. The Blackwood Theater, renowned for its opulent productions, tragically destroyed by fire in 1927, or so it was said. The unspoken implication hung heavy in the air. The deeper they ventured, the more unsettling the atmosphere became. Strange shadows flickered at the edges of their vision, accompanied by eerie whispers that seemed to originate from nowhere and everywhere at once. Liam swore he saw movement in the periphery, fleeting glimpses of figures darting between the decaying columns, their forms obscured by the dust and shadows. They explored the backstage area, finding dressing rooms stripped bare of their former glory, their mirrors cracked and clouded with age. The air here was particularly thick with a chilling dampness, and a strange odor clung to the walls, a scent that Liam couldn't quite place, but which evoked a feeling of decay and something far more sinister. It was the smell that seemed to seep into their very bones. In the orchestra pit, half buried under rubble, they discovered a collection of old sheet music, waterlogged and decaying. The titles were intriguing, hinting at forgotten plays with macabre themes: The Crimson Mask, The Shadow of the Stage, Whispers from the Grave. As Maya carefully picked up a piece of music, a cold draft swept through the pit, causing the hairs on their arms to stand on end. Ben, always the skeptic, dismissed their growing unease. "It's just the old building settling," he said, his voice strained, but attempting a forced nonchalance. Even his attempts at levity sounded hollow in the echoing silence. However, the increasingly erratic behavior of their equipment was harder to dismiss. His camera malfunctioned repeatedly, the lights flickering and dying out at irregular intervals. Even his flashlight began to sputter and fail, leaving them plunging into pockets of darkness, broken only by the sporadic glow of Maya's smaller torch. As they climbed to the upper gallery, the decaying structure groaned ominously under their weight. The balcony railing was perilously unstable, its aged wood threatening to give way beneath their feet. From this vantage point, they looked down at the immense auditorium, a vast space swallowed by the relentless advance of decay. The moonlight filtering through the broken roof painted the dust-laden air with ethereal shadows. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed through the theater, cutting through the unsettling silence like a knife. It was a sound of pure terror, and it froze them in their tracks. The flashlight beams darted nervously, searching for the source of the scream. Silence descended once more, heavy and suffocating, but this time it was laced with an underlying tension, a primal fear that resonated deep within their souls. Liam, his earlier skepticism long abandoned, grabbed Sarah's arm, his fingers tightening around her wrist. "We need to get out of here," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the thumping of his heart. As they began their hasty retreat, they heard the sound again, a low, guttural chanting, echoing from the depths of the theater, rising and falling in a hypnotic rhythm that seemed to penetrate their minds. The chanting was accompanied by a rustling sound, like the slithering of many bodies. The hairs on their arms stood on end, and a primal fear seized them. They knew then that the Blackwood Theater was not merely an abandoned building. It was something far more sinister, something that had been waiting, patiently, for their arrival. The theater was alive, and it was not welcoming them. Their flight was a chaotic scramble through the darkness, their flashlights struggling against the encroaching shadows. They tripped over debris, stumbled through cobwebs, their hearts pounding in unison, the guttural chanting growing louder, closer. They burst out of the theater into the cool night air, their breath ragged, their bodies trembling. They didn't stop running until they were far from the Blackwood Theater, its ominous silhouette receding into the darkness. The experience left them shaken, the echoes of the chanting and the screams still ringing in their ears. The horrifying sounds were only a small part of the night's terrors, the intangible sense of dread, the unsettling atmosphere, and the feeling of unseen eyes watching them were far more disturbing. They knew, with an icy certainty, that they had encountered something far beyond a simple abandoned theater. They had touched something ancient, something malevolent, and they knew, with a growing sense of unease, that they had only just begun to scratch the surface of its darkness. The chilling reality of what they had experienced settled upon them. They weren't just witnesses to decay, they had become participants in a much larger, more terrifying story. The story of the Blackwood Theater. The escape had been harrowing, a frantic dash through the suffocating darkness of the theater, the guttural chanting a relentless pursuit echoing in their ears. Once they reached the relative safety of the road, gasping for breath under the inky blackness of the night sky, a shared silence descended, broken only by the erratic thumping of their hearts. The lingering scent of decay, a strange, acrid perfume of damp earth and something else, something indefinably sinister, clung to their clothes, their skin, their very souls. Sarah, usually the epitome of boundless energy, leaned against a nearby tree, her face pale and drawn. Liam, his pragmatism shattered by the night's events, placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Ben, the ever-skeptical cameraman, fiddled with his malfunctioning equipment, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by a haunted stillness. Maya, her usual historical enthusiasm muted, stared blankly ahead, her eyes wide with a terror that went beyond the rational. That was real, Maya finally whispered, her voice barely a breath. It wasn't just old building noises. It was something else. Liam nodded, unable to articulate the sheer terror that had gripped him. The chanting, the scream, the unsettling feeling of being watched, it all coalesced into an overwhelming sense of dread, a primal fear that resonated deep within his bones. He felt a chilling certainty that something ancient and malevolent resided within the Blackwood Theater, something that had awakened, drawn to their intrusion. The strange occurrences hadn't started with the chanting and the scream. Subtle anomalies had plagued them throughout their exploration. The flickering and dying flashlights, the camera's erratic behavior, those weren't just malfunctions. There had been a deliberate interference with their technology, a subtle, chilling sabotage that had only amplified their growing unease. As they recounted their experiences, a pattern began to emerge, a series of escalating, unsettling events. Liam recalled a specific moment. While examining a tattered playbill, a chilling draft suddenly swept across the room, extinguishing Ben's flashlight completely, plunging them into sudden darkness. When the light finally flickered back on, a strange inscription was visible on the playbill which had not been there previously, written in a language none of them recognized. The script seemed to writhe and shift before their eyes before vanishing entirely. Maya had experienced similar occurrences. While examining a collection of old photographs in a decaying dressing room, a spectral figure fleetingly appeared in the cracked mirror reflection, a woman in a torn gown, her face obscured by shadows. The image vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving behind only a lingering chill and a sense of profound sadness. Ben, despite his initial skepticism, confessed that his camera had captured something strange, something that he couldn't explain. A blurry, distorted image appeared on the screen, a fleeting glimpse of what looked like a shadowy figure moving through the darkness, a fleeting shadow too quick to be seen with the naked eye. The video footage glitched and distorted before cutting out entirely. The camera was beyond repair, all the electronic components seemed burned out. Their collected experiences built a disturbing mosaic of the night's events. It wasn't just a decaying theater. It was a locus of supernatural activity, a nexus where the veil between worlds was thin, where unseen forces held sway. The Blackwood Theater, they realized, wasn't merely haunted, it was possessed, its very structure imbued with a malevolent energy that had been waiting patiently for unsuspecting victims to stumble across its threshold. Days later, their shared trauma still lingered, a heavy shroud of fear clouding their thoughts. They attempted to rationalize their experiences, searching for logical explanations. They researched the history of the Blackwood Theater, delving into obscure archives and dusty historical records. But the more they dug, the more deeply they were sucked into a maelstrom of unsettling rumors and half-forgotten legends. The original fire that supposedly destroyed the theater in 1927 was far from a simple accident. Local legend spoke of a ritual, a dark ceremony performed within the theater's walls, a sacrifice to appease an ancient entity that resided within the land. Whispers hinted at a cult, a secretive society that had worshipped within the theater's hallowed halls, their rituals shrouded in mystery and shrouded in fear. They unearthed reports of disappearances, baffling cases of missing persons linked to the theater. Actors, stagehands, even audience members had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only whispers and unanswered questions. The police reports were vague, the investigations inconclusive, dismissed as mere accidents or acts of wanderlust. But the pattern was undeniable, and the chilling implication clear. The Blackwood Theater wasn't just a place of death, it was a place of disappearance. As they pieced together the fragments of the theater's history, the chilling truth revealed itself. The strange occurrences they witnessed weren't random events, they were carefully orchestrated, deliberate actions designed to lure them deeper into the theater's malevolent embrace. The entities within the Blackwood Theater were not simply ghosts or spirits, they were something far more ancient, far more powerful, something that fed on fear, on despair, on the very essence of human vulnerability. The more they learned, the more acutely they felt the weight of what had transpired that night. The chanting, the scream, the unsettling shadows, these were not mere hallucinations or figments of an overactive imagination. They were messages, warnings from an ancient entity, a warning that they had trespassed upon sacred ground. The feeling of being watched was not simply paranoia. They had been observed, targeted, and drawn into the theater's dark web of rituals and sacrifices. The events of that night had irreversibly changed them. The shared trauma bound them together in a chilling pact, a silent understanding of the darkness they had encountered, a darkness that still cast its long shadow over their lives. They were survivors, witnesses to something beyond comprehension, something that would forever haunt their dreams and fuel their nightmares. Their story wouldn't just be a chilling documentary about an abandoned theater. It would be a warning, a testament to the terrifying realities that lurk beneath the surface of the ordinary, a chilling reminder of the ancient evils that sleep, waiting patiently for unsuspecting souls to stumble into their domain. The Blackwood Theater, they knew, would never truly be forgotten. Its legacy of fear, its sinister whispers, would echo through the corridors of time, a haunting reminder of the darkness they had faced, and the chilling truth they had barely begun to uncover. The silence, broken only by the distant sound of crickets, was deceptive. It was a silence heavy with the unspoken weight of their experience, a silence filled with the chilling echo of the Blackwood Theater's secrets. The chilling truth of that night remained a festering wound in their minds, a constant reminder of their encounter with the unfathomable darkness that lurked in the shadows of the forgotten theater. Their adventure had turned into a desperate fight for survival, a struggle against unseen forces that challenged their very sanity. The Blackwood Theater was more than just a building. It was a malevolent entity waiting to consume them. The experience left an indelible mark on their souls, turning them into reluctant guardians of a chilling secret, a secret they knew they would carry for the rest of their lives. The whispers of the Blackwood Theater still haunted them, a silent testament to the horrors they had survived. The following days were a blur of fragmented memories and unsettling sensations. The lingering scent of decay, that acrid perfume of damp earth and something else, clung to them like a shroud. They found themselves constantly glancing over their shoulders, expecting to see the shadowy figure from Ben's malfunctioning camera, or to hear the guttural chanting that had echoed through the Blackwood Theater's decaying halls. Sleep offered little respite, their dreams plagued by distorted images of the spectral woman in the torn gown, her mournful eyes following them through a labyrinth of endless corridors. Sarah, the normally vibrant and energetic filmmaker, became withdrawn and anxious. Simple tasks, like making a cup of coffee or checking her emails, seemed to require a monumental effort, her hands trembling slightly as she carried out even the simplest routines. Her usually bright eyes were now shadowed with a pervasive fear, and her once infectious laughter had been replaced by a fragile silence. She spoke little of her experience in the theater, preferring to remain shrouded in a melancholic silence, haunted by the echoes of the unseen. Liam, despite his attempts at rationalization, couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. He felt a constant prickling on the back of his neck, the sensation of unseen eyes boring into him from the periphery of his vision. The mundane became menacing. Shadows seemed to writhe and shift in the corners of his eyes, whispering promises of unseen horrors. The quiet hum of the refrigerator became a sinister drone, the ticking of the clock a macabre countdown to an unknown event. He found himself compulsively checking the locks on his doors and windows, convinced that something malevolent was trying to breach the barriers of his reality. Ben, the perpetually skeptical cameraman, found himself wrestling with a strange dichotomy. His rational mind struggled to reconcile the inexplicable events of that night with the hard scientific evidence. The malfunctioning camera, the burned-out components, were concrete proof that something was amiss. Yet, his skepticism still clung to him, a stubborn refusal to fully embrace the supernatural nature of their encounter. He spent hours poring over the corrupted footage, searching for rational explanations for the blurry images, hoping to find a logical explanation for the events that had taken place. But the more he investigated, the more he realized that what he had captured was not merely a technical malfunction, but something far more disturbing, something beyond his understanding of reality. His skepticism, once a shield against fear, now became an instrument of self-torture as he relentlessly chased explanations that continued to elude him. His nights were consumed by restless sleep, punctuated by vivid, disturbing dreams that echoed the nightmarish events from the Blackwood Theater. Maya, the history enthusiast, plunged deeper into her research, attempting to unravel the tangled threads of the theater's dark past. She discovered a trove of unsettling information, hidden within dusty archives and forgotten newspaper clippings. The original fire that had supposedly destroyed the Blackwood Theater in 1927 wasn't a simple accident, as local authorities had claimed. Her research unearthed disturbing rumors of a clandestine cult, a secretive society that had worshipped within the theater's walls, performing ritual sacrifices to an ancient, malevolent entity. Their rituals were shrouded in secrecy, their motives beyond comprehension, their legacy one of fear and dread. Maya unearthed accounts of missing persons, baffling disappearances linked to the theater, unsolved mysteries that the police had dismissed as coincidences or accidents. But Maya saw a pattern, a chilling link between these disappearances and the theater itself. The more she delved into the past, the more she realized that the Blackwood Theater wasn't just haunted, it was a vortex, a nexus of unspeakable darkness. Its history was a chilling tapestry woven from fear, sacrifice, and ancient evil. As she pieced together the fragments of the truth, she felt a growing sense of unease, a chilling premonition that the entity they had encountered wasn't merely confined to the theater's dilapidated walls. The shadows seemed to lengthen, the air grew heavier, and the whispers of the past seemed to echo in her ears, warning her of a greater darkness that was approaching. The supernatural presence wasn't confined to fleeting glimpses and unsettling sounds. It manifested in subtle, insidious ways. Objects moved on their own, doors creaked open and shut, and whispers echoed in empty rooms. Sarah started seeing apparitions in the periphery of her vision, fleeting shadows that darted away before she could fully focus on them. Liam experienced sleep paralysis, his body frozen while a malevolent presence loomed over him, pressing down on his chest, its icy breath chilling him to the bone. Ben's repaired camera randomly turned on and off, capturing static-filled images of shifting shadows and distorted faces. Even Maya felt a creeping sensation of being watched, feeling an icy breath against her neck as if some unseen force were observing her every move. The presence became more pronounced, more tangible, as if the entity was deliberately trying to harass, to wear down their mental fortitude, to break their will. The theater's haunting wasn't just an atmospheric experience, it was a calculated psychological assault. The friends, bound together by their shared trauma, decided to conduct a seance, hoping to communicate with the entity and perhaps understand its motives. They gathered in Liam's apartment, the air thick with tension and apprehension. As the seance commenced, the room grew cold, a chilling draft that swept through despite the closed windows and doors. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows on the walls, transforming familiar objects into grotesque shapes. The Ouija board, initially unresponsive, began to move erratically, spelling out words and phrases that chilled them to the core. The messages were cryptic, laced with arcane symbols and references to ancient rituals, hinting at a malevolent power that was far beyond their understanding. The seance descended into chaos. The air became charged with a palpable sense of malevolent energy. The objects in the room started flying across the room, books crashed to the floor, and the furniture trembled violently. A guttural voice echoed through the apartment, speaking in an unknown tongue, punctuated by chilling laughter that seemed to come from all around them at once. The very fabric of reality seemed to warp and distort as the entity, feeling challenged, revealed its full power, its true malevolent nature unleashed in a terrifying display of raw power. They barely escaped the seance, bruised, terrified, and shaken by what they had unleashed. They realized that their attempts to communicate had only served to awaken and enrage the unseen entity, a malevolent force that sought not understanding but utter destruction. The events of that seance were the turning point. The friends realized that they weren't merely dealing with a ghostly haunting, they were confronting something far more ancient, far more powerful, something that fed off fear and despair, something that intended to break them and absorb their essence into its malevolent being. The Blackwood Theater was more than just a haunted place, it was a gateway, a portal to a realm of unimaginable horror. Their fight for survival had now transitioned into a battle for their very souls, a desperate struggle against a force that seemed invincible, a force that aimed to drag them down into the abyss of eternal darkness. The chilling reality that dawned on them was that their initial encounter with the Blackwood Theater was just the beginning. The entity, awakened by their intrusion, had now targeted them, intent on claiming them as its victims, feeding off their fear, and dragging them further into its nightmarish world. The friends knew that they had to find a way to stop it, to banish the malevolent presence back to its realm of eternal shadows before it was too late, before it fully consumed them and left them mere shells of their former selves, empty vessels driven by the malevolent entity's desires. Their struggle against the supernatural wasn't just a matter of survival, it was a fight for their sanity, their souls, and their very existence. The Blackwood Theater was no longer just an abandoned building, it was their nemesis, a malevolent force determined to inflict endless terror, their chilling reality for the foreseeable future. Their fight for survival had become a desperate race against time, a desperate battle against an ancient evil that threatened to engulf them completely. The weight of their shared experience pressed down on them, heavier than any physical burden. The initial fear, a sharp, piercing pain, had morphed into a dull, gnawing anxiety that clung to them like a second skin. Each creak of a floorboard, each rustle of leaves outside a window, sent jolts of adrenaline through their veins. Sleep offered no escape. Their dreams were a chaotic tapestry of shadowy figures, echoing chants, and the chilling gaze of the spectral woman. The mundane world had become menacing, the everyday sounds and sights twisted into harbingers of dread. Sarah, once a beacon of creativity and energy, became a shadow of her former self. Her normally bright eyes held a perpetual haunted look, her laughter replaced by a fragile, whispered sigh. The vibrancy that had once defined her was extinguished, leaving behind a hollow shell consumed by an overwhelming sense of dread. Even the simplest tasks now felt impossible, her hands shaking uncontrollably as she attempted to perform routine actions. She started avoiding mirrors, terrified by the gauntness of her reflection, the dark circles under her eyes painting a stark picture of her inner turmoil. The experience in the Blackwood Theater had cracked something within her, a fracture that threatened to shatter her completely. Liam, despite his unwavering rationalism, found himself succumbing to the insidious creep of paranoia. He found it difficult to concentrate on his work. His focus was gone. His mind was consumed by a relentless stream of intrusive thoughts, images that played on repeat, a relentless replaying of the night's events in his mind. Every shadow seemed to writhe, every creak and groan was interpreted as an omen. His senses were heightened to an excruciating level, turning his senses into weapons against him, making it impossible to sleep, eat, or function. His attempts to rationalize the events only seemed to intensify his fear, the weight of unexplained phenomena pressing upon him with unrelenting intensity. He installed a sophisticated security system in his apartment, meticulously checking the locks several times a night, but it did little to alleviate his growing sense of vulnerability. He felt exposed, naked, as if the very walls of his own home were incapable of protecting him from the encroaching darkness. Ben, the pragmatic cameraman, found himself in a strange purgatory between disbelief and terror. He meticulously examined the corrupted footage from his camera again and again, searching for any rational explanation for the anomalies. He studied the technical specifications of the equipment, trying to find a logical reason for the malfunction, but the more he investigated, the more certain he became that the technical glitches were far more than just that. His skepticism, once his refuge, was slowly eroding, replaced by a growing unease that chilled him to the bone. He had captured something, that much was clear, but even he hesitated to give a name to what it might be. His rational mind struggled with the irrational, a conflict that gnawed at him, leaving him exhausted and emotionally drained. The corrupted footage became a macabre memento, a constant reminder of the unimaginable terrors he had witnessed. He felt the relentless gaze of something unseen, the suffocating weight of a presence that defied explanation. Maya, fueled by her insatiable thirst for knowledge, delved deeper into the theater's history. Her research expanded from local archives to forgotten historical society publications, ancient texts that alluded to rituals of unspeakable horror. She unearthed shocking accounts of disappearances that were dismissed as mere accidents or coincidences. But Maya saw a pattern, a dark thread weaving through the decades, a trail of missing people that culminated at the Blackwood Theater. She discovered references to a clandestine cult, a secret society that had used the theater as a place of worship, performing horrific rituals to an ancient entity whose name was only whispered in hushed tones. Their existence was a chilling echo in the dark recesses of local history. She unearthed accounts of those who had been connected to the Blackwood Theater, detailing their horrific ends and their ties to the occult. Her research uncovered an elaborate network of hidden symbols, cryptic texts, and obscure rituals, suggesting a deep and disturbing connection between the theater and the dark forces that seemed to inhabit it. The more she learned, the more terrified she became, realizing that the events of that night were not merely a haunting, but a malevolent entity awakening, and their involvement had been a disastrous catalyst. The friends, united by their shared trauma and a growing sense of impending doom, felt an overwhelming need to understand what they had encountered. Their initial fear had now transformed into a grim determination to unravel the mysteries surrounding the Blackwood Theater, even if it meant facing horrors beyond their wildest imaginations. They recognized that their fight was not merely for their own survival, but for the safety of others, for the future of their community. The darkness they had unleashed was not contained within the walls of the theater, and the fate of others might rest on their ability to defeat it. Their fear was not just a personal ordeal, it had become a catalyst for action. They agreed that they could not simply flee, they had to confront the entity, to understand its origins, its motives, and its potential to cause further harm. Their individual fears were overshadowed by a collective determination to fight back, to protect their community from the looming darkness that had taken root in their lives. Their initial encounter had opened a doorway to a world that lay beyond their understanding, and they were now compelled to delve into that frightening world, even if it meant risking their sanity, their lives, and ultimately, their souls. The chilling truth was that they were now inextricably linked to the darkness, a bond forged in fear and sealed in blood and sacrifice. Their journey had only just begun, and the path ahead was shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, one that threatened to swallow them whole. The future held a relentless chase against time, a fight for the survival of their souls, a battle against the forces of unimaginable darkness. Their collective destiny was intertwined with the terrifying secret of the Blackwood Theater, and their courage would be tested relentlessly. They were now on a quest for answers, a terrifying odyssey into the heart of darkness, a journey they were determined to take together, even if their fate hung precariously in the balance. The whispers of the past, the echoes of ancient evil, and the chilling presence of a malevolent entity were now their constant companions, a reminder of the unending horror that awaited them. The heavy oak doors, warped and groaning under the pressure of unseen forces, slammed shut behind them with a bone-jarring thud. A collective gasp escaped their lips, the sound swallowed by the oppressive silence that descended upon them as they stumbled into the inky blackness of the alleyway. The air, thick with the stench of decay and damp earth, felt heavy, suffocating. The echoes of the theater's chilling sound seemed to pursue them, whispering threats in the darkness. For a long moment, they stood frozen, their breaths catching in their throats, the weight of their ordeal pressing down on them. Sarah, her face pale and streaked with grime, leaned heavily against the cold brick wall, her body trembling uncontrollably. The image of the spectral woman, her eyes burning with an unholy light, remained seared into her memory. The chilling melody that had permeated the theater still resonated in her ears, a haunting symphony of dread. She clutched Liam's arm, her knuckles white as bone, seeking the fragile comfort of his presence. Liam, his usually sharp intellect clouded by fear, scanned their surroundings, his senses heightened to an almost unbearable level. Every rustle of leaves, every distant cry from a stray animal, sent shivers down his spine. He felt a primal urge to flee, to put as much distance as possible between them and the Blackwood Theater, but the weight of their shared experience bound them together. Ben, his camera clutched tightly in his hand, replayed the corrupted footage in his mind. The glitches, the distortions, the glimpses of something inhuman and terrifying, they were not mere technical malfunctions, they were a sinister manifestation of the theater's malevolent energy. He felt a profound sense of unease, a feeling of being watched, of being pursued by something unseen, something malevolent. Maya, ever the pragmatist, despite the terror she had endured, fought to maintain her composure. Her mind, sharp and analytical, sifted through the chaotic events, piecing together the fragments of information she had gathered. The clues she had found during her research resonated in her mind, the ancient cult, the forgotten rituals, the chilling pattern of disappearances, and she felt a cold dread gripping her heart. She realized that their escape was only the beginning, their ordeal was far from over. They moved as one, their steps hesitant and uncertain, their shadows stretching long and distorted in the flickering gaslight. The city's sounds, normally comforting, now felt ominous and menacing. Each passing vehicle, each distant siren, each footfall behind them, sounded like the approaching footsteps of their pursuer. The sense of vulnerability was overwhelming. They seemed to be walking through a nightmare, and the city's sounds no longer offered respite, they only heightened their fear. As they emerged from the alleyway onto the busy street, the city's noise momentarily drowned out the echoing whispers of the theater. But the relief was fleeting. The oppressive atmosphere clung to them, a chilling reminder of the horrors they had witnessed. The familiar cityscape was now distorted, seen through a lens of fear. Every corner seemed to conceal a lurking menace, every shadow held the potential for a sudden, terrifying encounter. The world had shifted, forever altered by their experience. They found a small cafe, its warm glow offering a temporary refuge from the cold night air. They sat huddled together, their bodies exhausted, their minds racing. The lingering smell of stale coffee and pastries did little to soothe their frayed nerves. Silence descended upon them, broken only by the occasional clinking of cups and the low murmur of other patrons. The fear was still palpable, a suffocating presence that hung in the air between them. Their exhaustion was not merely physical, it was a profound weariness of the soul. The events of the night had left an indelible mark, etching themselves onto their psyches, leaving wounds that would likely never truly heal. They had witnessed things that defied explanation, things that stretched the boundaries of their understanding, leaving them on the edge of sanity. Sarah broke the silence, her voice a mere whisper, I don't think I'll ever sleep again. Liam nodded slowly, his eyes dark and haunted. The images, they won't leave me. Ben ran a trembling hand over his camera, its cold metal a stark contrast to the trembling of his fingers. I've seen things I can't explain. Things that shouldn't exist. Maya, her face pale but resolute, met their gazes. We can't let this end here. We have to understand what happened, what we encountered. We have to find a way to stop it from happening again. We have to warn others. Her words struck a chord within them. The primal fear that had consumed them began to subside, replaced by a grim determination. Their shared trauma had forged a bond stronger than fear, a bond that would allow them to face whatever horrors lay ahead. They were no longer simply survivors, they were warriors, united in their quest to uncover the truth behind the Blackwood Theater and prevent further tragedy. The weight of the task ahead loomed large, but they were resolved to carry it. Their escape from the theater was just a single step in a long and arduous journey, a journey that would test their courage, their sanity, and their very souls. The haunting melody from the Blackwood Theater remained a constant echo in their minds, a relentless reminder of the forces they were now confronting. The darkness they had encountered was not contained within the walls of the theater. It had reached out, clinging to them, and they were bound to its malevolent energy. They were now part of its story. Their escape was merely a temporary reprieve, a brief respite before the next chapter of their horrifying ordeal unfolded. They knew that the nightmare was far from over. The shadows that lurked within the Blackwood Theater had followed them into the world, and their pursuit was relentless. They felt the unseen eyes upon them, the chilling presence of the supernatural, the subtle energy of unseen entities that hung heavy in the air. The immediate need was to regroup, to process their trauma, and to strategize their next move. They knew that they were dealing with something ancient, something powerful, something that had been dormant for centuries, awakening within the walls of the Blackwood Theater, drawing on their fear and desperation. They would need all their skills, all their courage, and all their resolve to battle the malevolent forces that sought to consume them and others. The following days were a blur of sleeplessness, intense research, and frantic phone calls. They meticulously pieced together the fragments of information gleaned from their experience and Maya's research. The pieces of the puzzle fit together slowly, revealing a shocking truth about the Blackwood Theater and the ancient cult that had used it as a place of worship for centuries. The rituals they had witnessed were not isolated incidents. They were part of an ancient tradition, a perverse cycle of sacrifice and appeasement that stretched back to a time before history. They discovered that the cult, known only as the Obsidian Order, was far from extinct. They still existed in the shadows, their influence permeating the city. Their actions were cloaked in secrecy, their motivations shrouded in mystery. Their methods were sinister and deeply rooted in ancient occultism, involving rituals and practices designed to tap into the darkest energies of the universe, using the Blackwood Theater as a focal point. They realized that the spectral woman they had seen was not a ghost, but a manifestation of the cult's malevolent power, a representation of the entity the cult sought to appease. The entity's presence resonated through the theater, shaping the nightmares and experiences they endured. Its powers seemed immeasurable and terrifying, seemingly bending reality to its will. Their presence at the theater, therefore, had not only been an encounter with malevolent entities, but they had also unknowingly become involved in a much larger, ancient struggle between forces of darkness and light. The fight for their own survival had escalated to a battle against a powerful ancient cult and a terrifying entity. Their fight would not be easy. They were facing an enemy far more powerful and ancient than they could have ever imagined. Their previous fears were merely the prelude to a much greater horror, a battle for the very soul of the city. The Obsidian Order was waiting, observing their actions, and they knew that time was running out. Their escape from the Blackwood Theater had been merely a brief respite in a much larger and more terrifying battle, one that would determine the fate of their city, and potentially, the world. The horrors that lay ahead would test their courage, their strength, and their very sanity. But one thing was certain, they would not run. They would face their fears. They would expose the truth. And they would fight. Story 2, The Cryptic Message. The flickering neon sign of the all-night diner cast a sickly yellow glow on Detective Harding's rain-slicked trench coat. He'd been working the Blackwood Theater case for 3 weeks, a seemingly simple missing persons report that had spiraled into a vortex of escalating strangeness. The victims, all young adults, vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a lingering scent of ozone and the faint, unsettling melody that haunted Harding's dreams. He stirred his lukewarm coffee, the bitter taste a stark contrast to the unsettling sweetness of the cryptic note clutched in his hand. It had arrived that morning, tucked inside an unmarked envelope slipped under his apartment door. The paper, aged and brittle, felt like parchment, its edges frayed and uneven. The message itself was written in a spidery script, penned in a dark ink that seemed to bleed into the paper, its edges feathered and undefined, as if the ink itself held a life of its own. The words themselves were unsettling, a disjointed collection of phrases and symbols that hinted at a deeper meaning. The Obsidian Order, whispers in the shadows, the Crimson Moan, sacrifice. Blackwood's Echo. Harding recognized the reference to the Blackwood Theater. He'd spent countless hours poring over the theater's history, its architectural plans, its forgotten performances. He'd interviewed former employees, stagehands, actors. He'd even delved into the city's archives, searching for any mention of unusual events or cults connected to the theater. But this note, this was different. It felt personal, directed specifically at him, as if the sender knew exactly what he was searching for. The symbols interspersed throughout the message were particularly puzzling. They weren't any known alphabets or cipher codes. They seemed ancient, almost ritualistic. They were reminiscent of some obscure pagan symbols, but even that was a wild guess. He consulted several experts, cryptographers, and historians, but no one could definitively decipher the message. The symbols seemed almost organic, twisting and shifting in his mind's eye. They looked like an alien language, a hieroglyphic warning of impending doom. The note was not simply a riddle, it radiated a palpable sense of dread. He felt a chill crawl up his spine, a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, even as he sat in the brightly lit diner. It was as if the note itself was a conduit for some dark energy, a whispered threat from a world beyond human comprehension. He could almost smell the scent of decay and ozone emanating from the note, a phantom smell that felt strangely familiar. Harding's investigation had led him down many dead ends, but he couldn't ignore this new lead. The Obsidian Order was a name that echoed in the darker corners of his research, mentioned in fragmented articles and hushed conversations among older residents, dismissed as folklore or the ramblings of conspiracy theorists. Now, however, the name felt tangible, a malevolent presence pressing against him, urging him forward. The rain outside intensified, lashing against the diner windows like angry spirits. He watched as a lone figure, hunched and cloaked, hurried past, disappearing into the shadows of a nearby alleyway. The figure's face was obscured by the darkness, but something in the way they moved, the furtive manner of their stride, set Harding's teeth on edge. He had a feeling he'd seen them before, somewhere in his investigation. He finished his coffee, the bitter taste mirroring the growing unease in his gut. The message demanded action. He felt an irresistible pull, a morbid fascination that drew him back towards the Blackwood Theater. He needed answers. He had to find out who sent the note, what the Obsidian Order was, and why they were targeting him. The following days were a blur of investigation. Harding revisited old locations from the past investigations, examining them with a new perspective. He found inconsistencies in the police reports. Minor details that seemed insignificant at the time now appeared as clues, leading him towards a new understanding of the disappearances. He discovered a network of abandoned tunnels beneath the city, tunnels that seemed to lead directly towards the Blackwood Theater. He found old city maps, some dating back to the 18th century, that showed hidden passages and subterranean chambers linked to the theater. The maps themselves were chilling. They contained the same symbols as the note, interspersed with images of grotesque rituals and human sacrifices, depicted with a horrifyingly precise detail. He also discovered that many of the missing persons had been known to frequent underground clubs, and he started to connect these seemingly disparate points, creating a chilling picture. The tunnels were dark, claustrophobic, and damp. The air was heavy with the smell of mildew and something else, something acrid and metallic, that he couldn't quite identify. The walls were covered in strange markings, a mix of ancient symbols and modern graffiti, hinting at a long and disturbing history. He explored these passages for days, pushing deep into the underbelly of the city. The air became increasingly foul, and an almost palpable sense of dread filled the tunnels. He felt that he was being watched, followed, stalked by something unseen, something ancient and malevolent. The only light came from his flickering flashlight, casting long, dancing shadows that played tricks on his eyes. He unearthed fragments of clothing, personal belongings, and unsettling artifacts that confirmed his suspicions. He found ritualistic objects, strange symbols carved into bones and wood, and disturbing evidence of human sacrifice. The tunnels became a living mausoleum, an underground graveyard of victims, their fates intertwined with the Blackwood Theater and the Obsidian Order. The deeper he went, the more intense the chilling sense of dread and depression became. His investigation led him to a hidden chamber beneath the Blackwood Theater's stage. The chamber was vast and circular, its walls lined with intricately carved stone, and at the center stood an ancient altar, stained with what he believed to be dried blood. He also saw the same symbols on the walls of the chamber, repeated over and over again, seemingly pulsating with an unseen energy. The air was thick with a terrifying energy, an oppressive presence that pressed down on him, threatening to crush him. He found a hidden compartment in the altar, containing a collection of ancient scrolls written in a language he couldn't understand. The scrolls were filled with diagrams, rituals, and incantations that were both disturbing and fascinating. It was as if he had stumbled into a world that was utterly alien to his understanding, a world of ancient cults and unimaginable horrors. The scrolls described the Obsidian Order, its history, its rituals, its ultimate goal. The more he read, the more horrified he became. He realized then that the Obsidian Order wasn't merely a cult, it was a network of power brokers, hidden within the city's elite, using the Blackwood Theater as a focal point for their rituals. The disappearances weren't random, they were sacrifices, offerings to an ancient entity, a dark being that the Obsidian Order sought to appease. The note he'd received was a warning, a message designed to test his resolve, to see if he was worthy of uncovering their secrets. The sender was a member of the cult, someone high up in the network, someone who knew about his investigations. The discovery was shattering. Harding realized the true depth of the conspiracy he was unraveling, a conspiracy that reached into the highest levels of society. The ramifications of what he had discovered were immense and terrifying. He was no longer dealing with a simple missing persons case. He was confronting an ancient evil, a force that had lurked in the shadows for centuries. He knew he was in mortal danger, but he couldn't back down. He had to expose the Obsidian Order, to stop their rituals before they could unleash something even more terrifying upon the city. The cryptic message, initially a source of dread, had become a battle cry. The rain outside had stopped, and a sliver of moonlight pierced the clouds, casting a pale glow over the dark and ancient chamber. Harding knew that the fight was far from over, but he was ready. The shadows of the Blackwood Theater had cast their spell on him, and he was now a part of their dark story. His journey was far from over, it was only just beginning. The symbols, etched into the ancient stone of the altar, pulsed with a faint, internal luminescence, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Harding traced them with a gloved finger, feeling a strange energy thrumming beneath the surface. They weren't merely decorative, They were a language, a complex system of interconnected glyphs that spoke of rituals, sacrifices, and a power beyond his comprehension. He photographed each symbol meticulously, hoping that some expert, somewhere, could decipher their meaning. His next step was the scrolls. The ancient parchment was brittle and fragile, threatening to disintegrate at his touch. He handled them with the utmost care, using archival gloves and a magnifying glass to examine the intricate script. The language was unlike anything he'd ever encountered, not Latin, not Greek, not even any of the ancient languages he'd studied in his research. It resembled no known alphabet, yet it possessed a strange internal consistency, a logic of its own that hinted at a complex grammar and syntax. He spent days poring over the scrolls, meticulously copying the text and sketching the accompanying diagrams. The diagrams depicted grotesque rituals, human sacrifices offered to monstrous entities, and complex astrological alignments that seemed to govern the timing of these horrific events. The more he deciphered, the more he understood the Obsidian Order's terrifying purpose. They weren't simply a cult, they were a powerful, centuries-old organization, deeply entrenched in the city's power structures. Their goal was to awaken a primordial entity, a being of immense power and malevolence that slumbered beneath the city. The missing persons were not victims of random violence, they were sacrifices, carefully selected offerings meant to appease this ancient evil. One particular diagram chilled him to the bone. It depicted a complex astrological alignment, a precise arrangement of celestial bodies that only occurred once every 100 years. The diagram was accompanied by a detailed description of a ritual, a ceremony that would unleash the ancient entity upon the city, plunging it into chaos and darkness. The alignment, the scrolls revealed, was imminent. There was little time left. Harding meticulously documented everything he found, his hands shaking slightly as he transcribed the chilling details. He realized the sheer scope of the conspiracy, the terrifying power of the Obsidian Order, and the imminent danger facing the city. This was far beyond a simple missing persons case. It was a battle against an ancient evil that threatened to consume everything. He left the chamber, the weight of his discovery pressing down on him. He knew he couldn't face this alone. He had to bring this information to someone who would believe him, someone with the power to act. But who could he trust? The police, with their limited understanding of the occult and their ingrained skepticism, were unlikely to believe his fantastical claims. And alerting the public would only cause widespread panic and chaos, potentially giving the Obsidian Order the opportunity to act before he could stop them. He decided to contact Dr. Evelyn Reed, a renowned expert in occult history and ritualistic practices. He'd consulted her earlier in the investigation, and she'd shown a keen understanding of the cryptic symbols he'd shown her. She was a woman of sharp intellect and unwavering courage, and he hoped she would be able to help him decipher the remaining mysteries and devise a plan to stop the Obsidian Order. He reached her by phone late at night, his voice barely a whisper as he recounted his findings. At first, she was skeptical, hesitant to accept the far-fetched nature of his claims. But as he laid out his evidence, the photographs of the symbols, the transcriptions of the scrolls, the details of the impending ritual, her skepticism began to fade. She listened intently, her voice hushed with awe and growing alarm. By the end of his call, her tone had become firm, resolute. She would help him. Over the next few days, Dr. Reed worked tirelessly, poring over the information Harding had gathered. She identified the language in the scrolls as an ancient dialect of Sumerian, a language long thought lost to time. She also recognized the astrological alignment depicted in the diagrams, confirming its imminent occurrence and the chilling implications it held. She confirmed his interpretation of the ritual, its purpose to awaken a dark entity from its ancient slumber. Working together, Harding and Dr. Reed devised a plan to expose the Obsidian Order and prevent the impending ritual. They knew it would be a dangerous undertaking, a fight against a powerful and well-connected organization. But they were prepared. Harding, equipped with his knowledge of the city's underworld, would infiltrate the Obsidian Order's inner circle, while Dr. Reed would alert the appropriate authorities, those few who would believe their story and be willing to act. Their plan involved a delicate balance of deception and exposure. Harding would use the knowledge he gleaned from the scrolls and symbols to infiltrate their ranks, posing as a potential initiate. Dr. Reed, meanwhile, would carefully cultivate relationships with key individuals in positions of power, presenting the evidence in a way that minimized panic and maximized the chances of a swift and successful intervention. Time was of the essence. The celestial alignment was rapidly approaching. The infiltration proved treacherous. Harding had to navigate a labyrinthine network of secret meetings, hidden rituals, and coded messages. He encountered members of the Order who seemed outwardly normal, successful members of society, their true nature concealed beneath a veneer of respectability. He felt the constant pressure of being watched, the chilling awareness that he was walking a tightrope between life and death. One wrong move, one misplaced step, and he would be exposed, silenced permanently. His investigation continued, leading him deeper into the dark heart of the Obsidian Order. He encountered more coded messages, more cryptic symbols, each revealing a new layer of the conspiracy. The closer he got to the truth, the more dangerous it became. He was playing a deadly game, a game with incredibly high stakes, and he knew that one slip-up could cost him his life. He had to be careful. He had to succeed. The fate of the city depended on it. The crimson moon hung heavy in the sky, a silent witness to his perilous quest. The crimson moon cast long, skeletal shadows across Harding's desk as he stared at the newly deciphered scroll fragment. Dr. Reed's expertise had proven invaluable. The Sumerian dialect, while archaic, yielded to her patient analysis. The fragment detailed a ritualistic hierarchy, a rigid structure underpinning the Obsidian Order's seemingly chaotic actions. It wasn't simply a group of deranged individuals, it was a highly organized society with specific roles and responsibilities, each member playing a crucial part in their sinister machinations. The hierarchy, as depicted in the scroll, was pyramidal, with a single, all-powerful figure at its apex, the Obsidian Priest. Below the priest were several layers of initiates, each with their designated tasks. There were the scribes, responsible for maintaining the Order's ancient texts and deciphering cryptic messages, the guardians, who protected the Order's secrets and ensured the security of their operations, and the reapers, the individuals directly involved in the horrific ritual sacrifices. The reapers weren't mindless killers. The scrolls indicated a complex selection process, with victims chosen based on specific astrological charts and occult numerology. Each sacrifice served a specific purpose within the larger ritual, contributing to the awakening of the ancient entity. The scrolls also revealed the Obsidian Order's long history, tracing their lineage back to ancient Mesopotamia. They weren't a recent phenomenon, a sudden eruption of madness. They were an enduring presence, patiently weaving their influence into the fabric of society throughout the centuries. Their power wasn't derived from brute force, but from subtle manipulation and infiltration of key societal institutions. The scrolls hinted at a vast network of informants and sympathizers embedded within the city's government, law enforcement, and even religious organizations. Their reach was far greater than Harding had initially imagined. One chilling passage described the Order's recruitment methods. It wasn't about random abductions or forced conversions. Instead, they targeted individuals experiencing deep emotional distress, those vulnerable and susceptible to manipulation. They preyed on the lonely, the disillusioned, the desperate, offering solace and belonging in exchange for loyalty and obedience. This explained the seeming normalcy of many of the Order's members. They weren't monstrous figures straight out of a nightmare. They were ordinary people, their true nature concealed beneath a mask of respectability. This revelation added a new layer of complexity to Harding's investigation. He couldn't simply rely on brute force or a direct confrontation. He needed a more subtle approach. He had to infiltrate their ranks, gain their trust, and learn their secrets from within. But doing so would require a deep understanding of their methods and rituals, a knowledge that went beyond the mere deciphering of ancient texts. He needed to understand their psychology, their motivations, and the specific triggers that made them vulnerable. He spent the next few days immersed in the remaining scrolls, meticulously studying the details of the Order's rituals and beliefs. He learned of their obsession with celestial alignments, their belief in the cyclical nature of time, and their unwavering faith in the imminent return of their dark god. He began to understand the profound psychological impact of their rituals on their members, how the constant fear and anticipation warped their minds, creating a sense of perverse unity and loyalty. The closer he got to understanding the Order, the more unnerved he became. He found himself drawn into their world, experiencing a strange blend of fascination and revulsion. The rituals, while horrific, possessed a morbid elegance, a disturbing aesthetic appeal that chilled him to the bone. He felt a sense of creeping dread, a primal fear that burrowed into his subconscious, whispering doubts and anxieties. He was constantly looking over his shoulder, fearing exposure, expecting the inevitable. He realized that he was becoming more than just an investigator. He was becoming an anthropologist, studying a bizarre and dangerous culture from the inside. The line between observer and participant was blurring, and the further he ventured, the more difficult it became to distinguish between objective analysis and personal identification. He began to question his own sanity, his grip on reality loosening as he delved deeper into the Order's dark secrets. Dr. Reed, meanwhile, made progress on the official investigation. She'd managed to convince a select group of high-ranking officials within the police department and the FBI about the existence of the Obsidian Order, although she faced considerable resistance and skepticism. The evidence, however compelling, was still circumstantial. They needed hard proof, concrete evidence to back up their claims and justify a full-scale investigation. But they knew that any overt action would risk alerting the Order, allowing them to cover their tracks and continue their ritualistic preparations. Harding continued his infiltration, using the information he'd gleaned from the scrolls to pose as a disillusioned individual seeking spiritual guidance. He attended their clandestine meetings, observing their rituals, and learning their language. He discovered that the Order used a complex system of coded messages, seemingly innocuous phrases that held hidden meanings known only to initiates. He even began to understand their peculiar sense of humor, their dark wit that masked a deeply disturbed psychology. The final piece of the puzzle emerged from an unexpected source. During a meeting, Harding overheard a conversation between two high-ranking members of the Order. They spoke of a hidden location, a secret chamber beneath the city, where the ancient entity was imprisoned. The ritual, they revealed, wasn't just about appeasing the entity, it was about releasing it, unleashing its terrifying power upon the unsuspecting city. The location, they said, was accessible only through a network of secret tunnels, a labyrinthine subterranean passage known only to a select few. This discovery provided Harding with the key to stopping the Order. He knew he had to expose their location to Dr. Reed, so she could alert the authorities and prevent the imminent ritual. But doing so would require him to make a dangerous gamble, a risky move that could expose his true identity and put his life in danger. The crimson moon hung heavy in the sky, its sinister glow a fitting backdrop for the final act of this deadly game. Harding prepared himself for the perilous confrontation ahead, knowing that the fate of the city rested on his shoulders. He had faced his share of darkness, but this was different. This was a battle against an ancient evil, against a centuries-old conspiracy that threatened to engulf everything in chaos and despair. His heart pounded in his chest, a rhythm echoing the ominous beat of the approaching apocalypse. He knew, with chilling certainty, that the coming nights would bring not just fear, but ultimate horror. The cryptic message, a single, blood-red sigil etched onto a discarded playing card, had been found tucked into the pocket of a deceased initiate. It was a seemingly innocuous symbol, easily overlooked, but to Harding, it represented a crucial breakthrough. He recognized it, a variation of a symbol he'd seen repeatedly in the Obsidian Order's scrolls, a symbol associated with their secret meeting places. This wasn't just a random killing, it was a message, a breadcrumb leading him deeper into the heart of the conspiracy. The sigil, upon closer inspection under ultraviolet light, revealed a series of faint numbers and letters, barely visible to the naked eye. Dr. Reed, utilizing advanced decryption software, managed to translate it. The message indicated a specific location, the abandoned Blackwood Sanatorium, a crumbling relic perched precariously on the edge of the city. The sanatorium had a dark history, whispers of unexplained deaths and ritualistic practices circulating among the locals for decades. It had been sealed off years ago, deemed too dangerous to reopen. Now, it appeared to be the Obsidian Order's new headquarters. Harding felt a surge of adrenaline, a mixture of excitement and trepidation. He'd been treading carefully, moving slowly, meticulously gathering information. But now, he had a concrete target. He could feel the weight of the city's fate resting on his shoulders. The pressure was immense, the stakes impossibly high. He knew that the Blackwood Sanatorium was likely heavily guarded, protected by the Order's most loyal and ruthless members, the Reapers. Before venturing into the sanatorium, Harding needed to prepare. He meticulously gathered his equipment, a high-powered flashlight, a concealed recording device, a small arsenal of non-lethal weapons, and the recently deciphered scrolls. He also consulted Dr. Reed, briefing her on the situation and outlining his plan. They agreed on a contingency plan, a prearranged signal in case things went south. He knew that going into the sanatorium alone was a reckless gamble, but he couldn't risk alerting the Order by involving a larger police force just yet. The abandoned sanatorium was a horrifying sight. Its decaying walls seemed to whisper tales of suffering and despair. Shattered windows gaped like empty eye sockets, and the wind howled through the broken panes, creating an eerie symphony of whispers and groans. The air hung heavy with the stench of decay, a grim reminder of the facility's gruesome history. The very atmosphere seemed to exude malice, an oppressive weight that pressed down on Harding, suffocating him with dread. Harding navigated the labyrinthine corridors, his flashlight beam cutting through the oppressive darkness. Every shadow seemed to writhe and shift, every creak and groan of the aging structure amplifying the growing sense of unease. He moved cautiously, listening intently for any sign of movement, any indication of the Order's presence. The silence was deafening, punctuated only by the unsettling sounds of the building itself, the sigh of settling timbers, the drip of water from a leaky pipe, the rustling of unseen things in the darkness. He came across a room adorned with grotesque murals depicting scenes of ancient rituals and sacrifices. The walls were stained with what looked suspiciously like dried blood, a stark testament to the sanatorium's dark legacy. The air in the room was thick with an unsettling, almost palpable energy, a chilling aura that sent shivers down his spine. He felt a sense of icy dread, an almost physical manifestation of the building's malevolent history. He felt a pressure on his chest, a sense of being watched, a chilling premonition of impending doom. As he proceeded deeper into the sanatorium, he noticed subtle changes in the environment. The decaying structures seemed to become more organized, more purposeful. He stumbled upon what appeared to be a makeshift laboratory, filled with strange alchemical equipment and cryptic symbols scrawled across worn notebooks. The air here was thick with the pungent smell of incense and unfamiliar herbs. It was clear that this wasn't just a random gathering place. This was the Order's operational base, the heart of their dark machinations. Suddenly, he heard a sound, a low, guttural chanting emanating from the depths of the sanatorium. It sent a cold shiver down his spine, a primal fear that transcended mere rational apprehension. He recognized the language, the same archaic Sumerian dialect found in the scrolls. The chanting grew louder, more intense, and a rhythmic thudding began to accompany it, a rhythmic beating of something large and monstrous. He followed the sound, his heart pounding in his chest, a desperate rhythm accompanying the growing crescendo of the chanting. He found himself in a vast, cavernous chamber. In the center of the room, bathed in the eerie glow of flickering candles, stood a circle of figures dressed in black robes. They were chanting, their voices rising and falling in a hypnotic, terrifying rhythm. In the center of the circle, bound and gagged, lay a young woman. Harding knew he had to act fast. He crept closer, trying to remain unseen, his hand hovering over his weapon. He could see the fear in the young woman's eyes, a primal, desperate terror that mirrored his own. He watched as one of the robed figures, a tall, imposing man with a chillingly calm demeanor, raised a ceremonial dagger. The chanting intensified, reaching a fever pitch, the thudding growing in intensity. As the man raised the dagger to plunge it into the young woman's chest, Harding decided to make his move. He burst into the chamber, his flashlight cutting through the darkness, aiming his weapon at the figures. The chanting abruptly stopped. The circle of robed figures turned to him, their faces masked in shadows, but the eyes, the cold, empty eyes, were chillingly visible. The silence was deafening, broken only by the heavy breathing of the gathered individuals. A tense standoff ensued. Harding held his position, his heart pounding, the weight of the situation bearing down on him. The man with the dagger remained motionless, his expression unreadable. It was a moment of intense, raw tension, a standoff between good and evil, between light and darkness. The man with the dagger slowly lowered the blade and spoke, his voice a low, hypnotic whisper. "You cannot stop us," he said, his words hanging in the air like a dark omen. "The awakening is imminent." And then, with a terrifying speed, the figures attacked, a chaotic melee of violence and chaos. The fight that ensued was a desperate struggle for survival. The battle was brutal, a chaotic whirlwind of strikes and counterstrikes. Harding fought with the ferocity of a cornered animal, his adrenaline pumping, his senses heightened. He used his training, his knowledge, and his sheer determination to overcome the cult's attack. It was a desperate fight for survival, a bloody battle against overwhelming odds. The fight was long and arduous, a brutal test of will and strength. He managed to subdue several of the attackers, but more kept coming, their attacks relentless. The fight took its toll. Harding was battered, bruised, and exhausted, but he refused to give up. He had to stop them. The fate of the city, the fate of the young woman, rested on his ability to prevail. The final moments of the battle found him grappling with the tall man with the dagger. In a desperate move, he managed to disarm him, sending the ceremonial dagger flying across the chamber. He knew then that he had a chance to win. It was a turning point in the fight, a shift in the balance of power. He overpowered the tall man, subduing him and securing him. The other figures, seeing their leader defeated, scattered and disappeared into the darkness of the sanatorium. Harding was victorious, but the battle had left him exhausted and injured. He turned his attention to the young woman, who lay trembling but unharmed. He helped her to her feet. They made their way out of the sanatorium, the weight of their ordeal pressing down on them. As they emerged into the night, the sound of police sirens could be heard in the distance, a promise of help and deliverance. The chase was over, but the long road to justice had only just begun. The adrenaline still surged through Harding's veins, a potent cocktail of fear and triumph. He helped the young woman, whose name he learned was Sarah, to her feet. Her eyes, wide and haunted, reflected the horrors they had both witnessed. The cavernous chamber, now eerily silent save for their ragged breathing, felt colder than the surrounding stone. The air hung heavy with the lingering scent of incense and something else, something metallic and sickeningly sweet, the coppery tang of blood. Sarah shivered, leaning heavily on Harding for support. He could feel the tremors running through her slight frame. He didn't press her for details, understanding the need for silence, for a moment of respite before the floodgates of trauma opened. He focused on getting her out of the sanatorium, the decaying structure pressing in on them like a suffocating shroud. The escape was treacherous. The sanatorium's labyrinthine corridors seemed to shift and change, each turn revealing a new, horrifying aspect of the cult's presence. They passed through rooms filled with unsettling artifacts, intricately carved wooden idols with vacant eyes, disturbing sketches depicting human sacrifice, and shelves laden with jars containing strange, unidentified substances that shimmered with an unnatural luminescence. Each step was a reminder of the chilling reality they had narrowly escaped. They finally reached the sanatorium's main entrance, emerging into the chilling night air. The wind howled around them, a mournful symphony that echoed the turmoil within. The sight of the police cars, their flashing lights cutting through the darkness, was a profound relief. It was a beacon of hope, a tangible promise of safety and justice. Harding, despite his exhaustion and injuries, felt a surge of grim satisfaction. He had faced the Obsidian Order, their leader, and their grotesque rituals, and he had won. He had saved Sarah. But the victory felt hollow, tainted by the knowledge of the cult's reach, the unsettling depth of their influence. The ensuing interrogation was long and arduous. Sarah, under the gentle guidance of a female detective, recounted her ordeal. She had been abducted, lured under the pretense of a job opportunity, only to find herself trapped in the sanatorium, a prisoner of the Obsidian Order. Her testimony, alongside Harding's account and the evidence collected within the sanatorium, painted a horrifying picture of the cult's activities. The Obsidian Order, it turned out, was far more entrenched than Harding had initially imagined. They weren't merely a collection of misguided individuals, they were a sophisticated, well-organized network with deep roots within the city's elite. Their rituals were far from random acts of violence. They were meticulously planned ceremonies designed to harness a dark, otherworldly power. Their ultimate goal, as revealed in their cryptic texts and the disturbing imagery within the sanatorium, was to trigger a catastrophic event, a ritualistic awakening that would unleash unimaginable horrors upon the world. The investigation uncovered a web of connections, a complex tapestry of corruption and conspiracy. Prominent businessmen, high-ranking officials, and influential figures were implicated in the Order's activities. Their involvement, however, was not always direct. Many were unknowingly manipulated, pawns in a grand, sinister game orchestrated by the Order's shadowy leaders. The investigation revealed a chilling level of societal infiltration, the kind that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned detectives. The aftermath of the raid on the Blackwood Sanatorium sent shockwaves through the city. The public was horrified by the revelations, the horrifying details of the cult's activities exposing a dark underbelly beneath the city's seemingly placid veneer. The news media had a field day, sensationalizing the details of the cult, the rituals, and the shocking list of individuals implicated in the conspiracy. The city's collective psyche was left reeling, forever changed by the exposure of the dark secrets hidden beneath the surface. Harding, hailed as a hero, found himself thrust into the spotlight. His bravery and determination had saved Sarah and possibly prevented a catastrophic event. However, the victory was bittersweet. The emotional toll of the ordeal was immense. He struggled with the vivid memories of the sanatorium, the faces of the cult members, and the sheer horror of the rituals he had witnessed. He was plagued by nightmares, each one a horrifying replay of the events. The investigation continued, slowly unraveling the intricate layers of the Obsidian Order's network. Arrests were made, trials commenced, but the sense of unease lingered. The full extent of the cult's reach remained unknown, the possibility of sleeper cells and hidden operatives a constant source of worry. The city, once seemingly safe, now felt vulnerable, exposed to the dark undercurrents of a hidden world. Harding's life was forever changed. He found himself perpetually looking over his shoulder, every shadow a potential threat, every unfamiliar face a possible enemy. The experience had hardened him, making him more cynical, more wary, but also more determined to protect the city, to prevent another such catastrophe. He knew that the Obsidian Order, though severely weakened, might not be completely eradicated. Their ideology, their dark influence, could linger, ready to resurface in unexpected ways. Sarah, meanwhile, received the necessary psychological support to cope with the trauma she experienced. While she was able to rebuild her life, the scars of her captivity remained. She became an advocate for victims of cult abuse, lending her voice to raise awareness and assist others who had experienced similar horrors. Her resilience and courage served as an inspiration, a testament to the human spirit's strength in the face of unimaginable darkness. The Blackwood Sanatorium remained sealed, a chilling monument to the Obsidian Order's reign of terror. It became a site of pilgrimage for those interested in the macabre, a dark reminder of the events that transpired within its walls. The whispers persisted, evolving into urban legends, each one adding another layer of mystery to the sanatorium's already sinister reputation. It stood as a silent testament to the unseen horrors lurking beneath the veneer of normalcy, a chilling reminder that the darkness can take root anywhere, even in the heart of civilization. Harding, despite his professional success, never truly escaped the psychological impact of the events at the Blackwood Sanatorium. He continued his work, but the shadows of that night haunted him, a persistent reminder of the thin line between order and chaos, between safety and the unimaginable horrors that lie in wait just beyond the reach of human understanding. The experience served as a constant reminder of the fragility of life and the enduring power of darkness, leaving him forever changed, forever vigilant, and forever haunted by the chilling echo of the Obsidian Order's whispers. The fight was over, but the war, the battle against the unseen forces of darkness, had just begun. The lingering sense of unease, a quiet dread, became his constant companion, a chilling reminder that some things are best left buried, some secrets best left undisturbed in the dark corners of the human psyche. The darkness might have retreated for now, but it would undoubtedly return, in a new guise, in a new form, ready to strike again when least expected. And Harding, forever scarred by his encounter with the Obsidian Order, would be waiting. Story 3: The Abandoned Mine. The biting wind whipped around them as they stood at the mine's entrance, a gaping maw in the earth swallowing the last vestiges of twilight. 3 figures, silhouetted against the bruised purple of the sky, huddled together, the flickering beam of Liam's headlamp the only defiance against the encroaching darkness. Liam, the self-proclaimed leader of this foolhardy expedition, adjusted the worn leather strap of his backpack, a nervous energy radiating from him despite his attempts at bravado. Beside him, Maya, her face pale under the headlamp's glare, nervously fiddled with the strap of her camera bag, her usually effervescent spirit dampened by the palpable sense of foreboding. Bringing up the rear was Ben, the silent one, his bulky frame a reassuring presence, though the grim set of his jaw betrayed a hidden anxiety. They'd ignored the warnings, the local legends whispered in hushed tones at the town's only pub, the tales of miners lost, of strange lights seen deep within the mine shafts, of a pervasive, bone-chilling cold that clung to anyone who dared venture too close. They were urban explorers, thrill-seekers chasing the adrenaline rush of discovery, the intoxicating allure of the unknown. But even their hardened resolve faltered as they peered into the darkness, the mind's gaping maw seeming to breathe, to exhale the chilling breath of ages. Liam, ever the pragmatist, broke the silence. "All right, let's stick together. Keep your lights on, and for God's sake, don't touch anything unless you absolutely have to. We don't know what's down there." His voice, usually brimming with confident enthusiasm, held a tremor that betrayed his unease. They stepped into the mine, the air immediately growing colder, heavier, as if a physical weight had settled upon their shoulders. The beam of Liam's headlamp cut through the oppressive darkness, revealing a tunnel that snaked into the earth like a subterranean serpent. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and something else, something acrid and metallic, a scent that prickled the back of Maya's neck and sent a shiver down her spine. The tunnel was narrow, the walls slick with moisture, the rough-hewn stones cold and unforgiving against their hands. The silence was profound, broken only by the drip, drip, drip of water echoing through the claustrophobic space. It was a silence that felt pregnant with unspoken horrors, a silence that seemed to press in on them, suffocating them with its weight. As they ventured deeper, the tunnel opened into a larger chamber, the space vast and echoing. The headlamp beams revealed crumbling wooden supports, rusted mining equipment, and piles of debris that looked like the skeletal remains of a forgotten industry. The air here was even colder, a glacial breath that seemed to seep into their bones. Maya, her camera at the ready, began to document their findings, her movements careful and precise. She snapped pictures of the rusted machinery, the crumbling walls, the ominous shadows that danced at the edges of the headlamp beams. She felt a prickling sensation on the back of her neck, a feeling of being watched, of unseen eyes following her every move. Ben, ever vigilant, scanned their surroundings, his eyes constantly shifting, searching for any sign of danger, any hint of the unseen. He'd read the local legends, too, and he knew that these weren't just stories, they were warnings. The legend spoke of a malevolent presence in the mine, a spirit trapped within its depths, a guardian of the darkness. They continued their exploration, venturing deeper into the labyrinthine tunnels of the mine, each turn revealing new horrors. They found areas where the walls were stained with a dark, viscous substance that glistened under the light, a substance that looked unnaturally shiny and disturbingly organic. The smell intensified here, becoming overwhelmingly pungent and foul. In one chamber, they stumbled upon a collapsed section of the mine, a chasm of darkness that yawned before them. Liam shone his light into the abyss, but it seemed to be swallowed by the darkness, revealing nothing. A palpable chill emanated from the chasm, a coldness that seemed to reach beyond the physical, a coldness that spoke of something ancient and malevolent. As they continued their descent, they started to hear sounds. At first, it was a low, almost imperceptible hum, a vibration that resonated deep within the earth. But as they went deeper, the hum grew louder, morphing into a cacophony of unsettling noises, the scrape of metal on stone, the echo of distant footsteps, the unsettling whisper of voices that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Then, they saw them. Scrawled on the walls, amidst the grime and decay, were strange symbols, glyphs that seemed both ancient and alien. They were etched deeply into the rock, as if carved with immense force, their meaning utterly incomprehensible. Maya, her fascination overriding her fear, attempted to photograph them, but her camera malfunctioned, the lens fogging over, the display flickering erratically. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind swept through the tunnels, extinguishing Liam's lamp. They were plunged into absolute darkness, the silence abruptly shattered by a blood-curdling scream. Maya's scream echoed through the chambers, swallowed by the darkness, leaving only a haunting silence in its wake. Ben reacted instinctively, grabbing Liam's arm, his heart pounding against his ribs. They fumbled for their backup lights, their hands shaking, their minds racing with a primal terror. The darkness held its breath. They waited, each second stretching into an eternity, the silence pressing in on them, suffocating, agonizing. The whispers started again, slithering around them like icy tendrils, weaving a tapestry of fear that seemed to penetrate their very souls. The air grew heavy, thick with an oppressive dread. They could feel a malevolent presence closing in, encircling them, its icy breath chilling them to the core. The air crackled with an unseen energy, a palpable sense of impending doom. Liam's backup light flickered to life, its weak beam illuminating a horrifying sight. In the corner of the chamber, something moved. It was large, shadowy, and indistinct, but the little light revealed something that was certainly not human, something monstrous and vaguely reptilian, its eyes burning with an unholy light. The creature hissed, a sound that resonated deep within their bones, a sound that promised pain and unspeakable horror. Liam, Ben, and Maya stood frozen, paralyzed by fear, their hearts hammering against their ribs. They had trespassed into a place of unspeakable dread, a place where the veil between worlds was thin, a place where the darkness had dominion. The mine was not just abandoned, it was haunted, and they had become its prey. Their desperate retreat became a frantic struggle for survival against an ancient evil they could barely comprehend. The whispers intensified, mocking their terror, heralding their imminent demise. Their urban exploration had turned into a desperate fight for their lives. The darkness had claimed them. The beam of Liam's lamp, now supplemented by Ben and Maya's, revealed more than just crumbling infrastructure. It illuminated a gruesome tapestry woven into the very fabric of the mine. Scattered among the rusted machinery and collapsed supports were fragments of bone, bleached white and brittle, some bearing strange, almost ritualistic markings. The chilling realization dawned on them slowly, horrifyingly. This wasn't just an abandoned mine, it was a charnel house. Closer inspection revealed the markings weren't merely scratches. They were intricate carvings, deeply etched into the bone fragments, bearing a resemblance to the glyphs they had seen earlier on the walls. These weren't the crude markings of a casual act. They possessed a disturbing precision, a deliberate artistry that hinted at a dark, methodical purpose. The symbols pulsed faintly under the lamplight, as if a malevolent energy throbbed within the very core of the bone. A wave of nausea washed over Maya as she realized the horrific truth. These were the remains of sacrifices, offerings to some nameless, ancient deity. As they moved deeper into the mine's labyrinthine depths, they discovered more evidence of these macabre rituals. In a small, hidden chamber, they found a crude altar constructed of rough-hewn stone, stained with what looked suspiciously like dried blood. Around the altar were scattered remnants of what appeared to be ceremonial objects, tarnished silver chalices, oddly shaped stones, and fragments of what might have once been tapestries, now reduced to tattered, decaying threads. The air in the chamber was heavy with a sickeningly sweet, coppery scent, clinging to the back of their throats like a shroud. The walls of the chamber were adorned with more of the unsettling glyphs, their cryptic messages seemingly woven into the very stone itself. This time, the carvings were accompanied by faded paintings, crude but disturbing, depicting scenes of grotesque human sacrifice and grotesque, otherworldly beings. The figures in the paintings were gaunt and inhuman, their skin a sickly gray, their eyes burning with a malevolent intensity. They seemed to leer out from the darkness, their silent judgment weighing heavily on the explorers' hearts. Liam, despite his attempts at maintaining composure, felt a cold dread seep into his bones. He swallowed hard, the metallic taste of fear coating his tongue. Further exploration unearthed more disturbing evidence of the mine's dark history. They came across a series of tunnels that branched off from the main passage, each leading to smaller, cramped chambers. Some were filled with stagnant water, its surface covered with a slick, oily film. Others were littered with strange artifacts, rusted tools, broken pottery, and human skulls, some intact, others shattered, their empty sockets seeming to stare out accusingly from the shadows. In one particularly chilling chamber, they found a collection of human skulls arranged in a disturbingly symmetrical pattern. The skulls, each bearing the same arcane markings found on the bone fragments, were positioned to form a kind of grotesque mandala, a morbid testament to the mind's dark purpose. The sight was so horrific, so profoundly unsettling, that even Ben, the usually stoic member of their group, visibly recoiled. Maya, despite her growing fear, continued to document their findings, her camera flashing in the darkness, capturing images of the gruesome artifacts and the unsettling symbols. The clicking of her camera punctuated the oppressive silence, a stark counterpoint to the bone-chilling atmosphere of the place. However, her camera began to malfunction more frequently, the lens fogging and the display flickering erratically. The camera's failure, coupled with the increasing frequency of the whispers and eerie sounds, suggested that some supernatural force was actively interfering with them. As they ventured deeper, the temperature dropped dramatically, the air becoming heavy with a chilling dampness that seemed to penetrate their very clothes. The whispers that had plagued them earlier intensified, growing into a cacophony of unsettling sounds, whispers and groans that seemed to emanate from the very stones themselves. They were surrounded, not just by the claustrophobic confines of the mine, but by an oppressive psychic weight, a sense of ancient evil that seemed to permeate every aspect of their surroundings. The strange metallic smell grew stronger, now accompanied by a faint, sickeningly sweet odor that suggested decay. In one particular chamber, they found a pool of viscous, dark liquid, its surface shimmering with an unnatural iridescence. The liquid bubbled and pulsed faintly, and a disturbing warmth emanated from it, a stark contrast to the frigid air surrounding it. Liam cautiously dipped a finger into the pool. As soon as his skin made contact, a searing pain shot up his arm. He recoiled, pulling his hand away. The skin where his finger had touched the liquid showed signs of severe burns, the flesh blistering and turning a sickly green. The discovery solidified their understanding. Whatever dark rituals had been performed in this place left behind not only physical remains, but a lingering, malignant presence. The deeper they went, the more desperate their situation became. Their flashlights, already weakened, started to flicker intermittently, threatening to plunge them into complete darkness. The whispers intensified, forming discernible words now, taunts and threats in a language none of them recognized, yet understood instinctively as a dire warning. The symbols on the walls seemed to shift and writhe in the flickering light, as if animated by some unseen force. The ground beneath their feet became unstable, crumbling under their weight, adding another layer of danger to their already terrifying situation. They were not simply exploring an abandoned mine, they were trespassing into a place of active malevolence, a site of unspeakable horrors perpetrated by a cult or a group with rituals far beyond their comprehension. The mine was not merely haunted, it was a living, breathing entity, a conduit to something ancient and infinitely powerful. And they were trapped in its web. The realization was chilling, sobering, and utterly terrifying. Their urban exploration had become a fight for survival against an ancient evil, a desperate attempt to escape from a place where the very earth seemed to conspire against them. The horrors they witnessed were not only disturbing, they were a stark reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of the world, waiting to claim those who dared to disturb its slumber. The air grew colder still, a frigid breath that seemed to seep into their very bones. The flickering lamplight cast long, dancing shadows that writhed and twisted like living things, adding to the unsettling atmosphere. It wasn't just the temperature, a palpable dread, a chilling presence, hung heavy in the air, pressing down on them like a physical weight. This wasn't the cold of a forgotten mind, this was the cold of something ancient, something malevolent. Suddenly, a low growl echoed through the tunnels, a sound that resonated deep within their chests, rattling their teeth. It was a sound that spoke of primal savagery, of hunger and rage, a sound that defied any earthly explanation. The sound wasn't coming from any particular direction, It seemed to permeate the very fabric of the mine, emanating from the walls, the floor, the air itself. Ben, ever the pragmatist, gripped his lamp tighter, his knuckles white. Even Maya, usually unflappable in the face of danger, felt a shiver crawl down her spine. Then, the whispers began again, but this time, they were clearer, more distinct. They weren't the indistinct murmurs they'd heard before. These were words, albeit in a language none of them recognized. Yet, somehow, they understood. The words were filled with a chilling malice, a sneering mockery that spoke of their intrusion, their trespass into a forbidden realm. They felt a surge of primal fear, an instinctual understanding that they were not alone, that they were being watched, judged, and hunted. Liam, his hands still throbbing from the burn, shone his lamp into the darkness, desperately searching for the source of the whispers. The beam illuminated a shadowed alcove, revealing a grotesque sight that sent a wave of icy terror through the trio. A hulking shape, barely discernible in the gloom, seemed to writhe in the darkness, its form shifting and changing, defying any attempts at concrete definition. It was a formless mass of shadow, yet it possessed a terrible, undeniable presence. The entity pulsed with a malevolent energy, its movements slow and deliberate, yet filled with a sinister grace. Tendrils of darkness seemed to reach out from it, snaking towards them, probing, testing. The air around it crackled with an unnatural energy, a palpable aura of dread that made their very skin crawl. The whispers intensified, the words now laced with open threats, promises of unimaginable suffering. Maya, her camera momentarily forgotten, stumbled back, her eyes wide with terror. Ben, his usually calm demeanor shattered, raised his lamp defensively, his hand shaking uncontrollably. Liam, despite his fear, found a surge of adrenaline, a desperate need to protect his companions. He felt the ancient, malevolent presence bore into his soul. This wasn't some figment of their imaginations. This was something real, something ancient, something truly terrifying. The entity responded to their fear, its shadowy form solidifying slightly, revealing hints of its monstrous anatomy. Distorted limbs, impossibly long and thin, stretched out from the central mass, ending in claws that glinted with an unnatural light. Its head, or what they could perceive as a head, was a swirling vortex of darkness, punctuated by glowing eyes that seemed to pierce through their very souls. The eyes held no intelligence, no malice, merely a cold, uncaring hunger. The whispers ceased, replaced by a guttural rasp that seemed to vibrate through the very ground beneath their feet. The air grew thick with a sickeningly sweet smell, a cloying odor of decay and death. The entity advanced, its movements slow but inexorable, its presence a suffocating blanket of terror. The trio backed away, their flashlights casting feeble beams against the overwhelming darkness, their courage failing before the ancient horror that confronted them. Liam, recalling the strange liquid he had touched, realized that whatever this entity was, it was intimately tied to the mine, its power drawn from the dark rituals and sacrifices that had stained the place for centuries. It was a guardian, a protector of the mine's dark secrets, awakened by their intrusion. Their exploration had become a desperate struggle for survival against a force far older and more powerful than they could have ever imagined. They scrambled back, their fear fueling their retreat. The ground crumbled beneath their feet, sending them tumbling down a steep incline. They landed hard, their bodies bruised and battered, but alive. They continued their frantic retreat, the relentless pursuit of the entity spurring them onwards. The tunnels twisted and turned, the passageways collapsing behind them. The sounds of the chase intensified. The monstrous rasping grew louder, the unnatural, cold wind whipped past them, and the feeling of those clawed hands reaching out, just out of their grasp, filled them with an overwhelming terror. The chase intensified, leading them through a maze of crumbling tunnels and chambers. The monstrous entity pursued relentlessly, its shadowy form a constant menace in the periphery, its presence a suffocating weight pressing down on their minds. Each turn brought new dangers, crumbling floors, collapsing walls, and the ever-present threat of the entity's monstrous presence. They continued their flight, navigating the treacherous labyrinth, their every sense on high alert. The entity seemed to manipulate the mine itself to hinder their escape, causing landslides and collapsing tunnels to block their path. Yet, despite the overwhelming odds, they pressed on, driven by sheer adrenaline and the desperate will to survive. They ran, stumbled, and pushed themselves past their physical limits, escaping the terrifying clutches of this ancient being. Their hope dwindled with every step they took, yet they clung to it desperately, a fragile spark in the face of overwhelming darkness. They finally found a way out, a narrow crevice in the wall that had somehow been overlooked. Scrambling through, they emerged into the fresh night air, collapsing onto the damp ground, their bodies trembling with exhaustion and fear. The mine, their tormentor, was left behind. The experience left an imprint on their minds, a memory that would haunt them long after the physical wounds healed. They had faced an ancient evil, a being beyond comprehension, and somehow, miraculously, they had survived. But at what cost? The memory of those glowing eyes, the feeling of those icy claws, would forever remain etched in their souls, a constant reminder of their brush with oblivion. They had escaped, but had they truly escaped? The chilling uncertainty left them breathless, their escape feeling more like a reprieve, a temporary escape from something much larger and far more terrifying than they could have ever imagined. The darkness of the mine had swallowed many before them and held them close, and they knew the mine's secrets and its ancient evil could wait, waiting for another moment of weakness, or another foolish trespasser to once more open its unwelcoming maw. The ground trembled beneath their feet, a low rumble preceding a cascade of rock and dust. The entity, no longer a shadowy whisper in the periphery, was now a tangible threat, its monstrous form partially revealed in the flickering lamplight. Its movements were surprisingly agile for something so colossal, its long, thin limbs moving with an unnatural grace that defied the laws of physics. Each step it took sent tremors through the tunnels, causing the already unstable ground to crumble further. Ben, his face streaked with grime and fear, scrambled to his feet, his lamp beam wildly illuminating the chaotic scene. The collapsing tunnel threatened to bury them alive, yet the immediate threat of the entity overshadowed the imminent cave-in. Maya, her breath coming in ragged gasps, fumbled with her camera, attempting to capture an image of the monstrous creature, a futile act of defiance in the face of such overwhelming terror. Liam, his injured hand throbbing with renewed intensity, felt a surge of primal fear, a raw instinct for survival overriding his previous bravery. The entity advanced, its guttural rasps echoing through the collapsing tunnel, a symphony of death and destruction. Its eyes, glowing with an unnatural light, seemed to bore into their souls, piercing their very being. There was no hatred in those eyes, no malice, only a cold, uncaring hunger, a primal need to consume and destroy. The scent of decay, that sickeningly sweet odor of death, intensified, clinging to them like a shroud. They were trapped in a deadly game of cat and mouse. Their survival depended on their ability to outwit a creature that seemed to control the very structure of the mine itself. The tunnels twisted and turned, a labyrinth designed to confuse and disorient. Landslides blocked one path, collapsing ceilings threatened to crush them from above. The entity's presence was a constant weight, a suffocating pressure that threatened to crush their spirits. Ben, fueled by adrenaline and desperation, spotted a narrow fissure in the wall, barely wide enough to squeeze through. It was a long shot, a gamble with their lives, but it was their only hope. He pointed it out to Maya and Liam, urging them to follow. With a renewed sense of purpose, they scrambled towards the opening, their bodies bruised and battered, their minds filled with a desperate hope. The passage was claustrophobic, the walls pressing in on them, the air thick with the stench of dust and decay. They crawled through the narrow opening, their bodies scraped and bleeding, each movement a testament to their will to survive. The sounds of the entity's pursuit echoed behind them, a constant reminder of the danger that lurked close behind. The rasping, the tremors, the chilling whisper of the creature's shadow haunted their every move. They finally emerged from the fissure, collapsing onto the cold, damp earth outside the mine. Exhaustion washed over them, a wave of numbness that dulled the pain in their battered bodies. They were alive, but the ordeal had left an indelible mark on their souls. The silence that followed was almost as terrifying as the entity's pursuit, the absence of sound amplifying the echoing memory of its presence. Lying there, gasping for breath, they realized the true scope of their near-death experience. The mine, with its ancient evils and unforgiving depths, had almost claimed them. The entity, its form now fading from their minds, remained a terrifying phantom, a constant reminder of the power of ancient evils and the fragility of human life. They had escaped, but they had been changed. Their innocence was gone, replaced by a chilling awareness of the darkness that lurks beneath the surface of the ordinary world. Their escape hadn't been a victory, but a narrow escape, a flight from the very depths of the earth itself. They looked at each other, sharing a silent understanding of the trauma they had endured. Ben's pragmatism was shaken, his confidence eroded by the sheer terror they had faced. Maya's adventurous spirit was tempered by a new respect for the unseen forces that govern the universe. Liam's injured hand throbbed not only with physical pain, but also with the weight of the experience, the memory of those glowing eyes forever etched in his memory. The journey back was long and arduous, each step reminding them of the ordeal. They had to walk miles through the deep forest, their bodies weakened, their spirits crushed. The sun, when it finally peeked through the dense canopy, felt like a blessing. But even the warmth of the sun couldn't fully erase the cold, lingering dread. As they emerged from the forest, the sight of civilization, a distant farmhouse, a lonely road, offered a glimmer of hope. Yet, the relief was tinged with a deep unease. The darkness they had encountered in the mine had revealed a truth about the world, a hidden, terrifying reality that lay just beneath the surface of everyday life. They had escaped the immediate danger, but the knowledge they had gained, the knowledge of the ancient evil that dwelled in the depths of the abandoned mine, would forever haunt them. They had survived, yes, but they were irrevocably changed. The memory of the entity, its chilling presence, its unnatural grace, the overwhelming sense of dread it generated would remain with them, a constant reminder of their brush with oblivion. Their journey had been a terrifying descent into the unknown, a confrontation with a force far older and more powerful than they could have ever imagined. The fight for survival had left them scarred, both physically and emotionally, and the experience would linger in their dreams, a nightmare from which they may never fully awaken. The silence of the forest after the horror of the mine, filled with an eerie quiet, underscored the vastness of the unknown. They had escaped the mine, but the mine, it seemed, would never escape them. The lingering questions gnawed at their minds. What were the origins of the entity? What dark rituals had fueled its power? And most importantly, was it truly gone? Had they only escaped its immediate clutches, or had they merely postponed an inevitable confrontation? The uncertainty, the chilling possibility that the entity might return, added another layer of terror to their already traumatizing experience. They had faced death, and stared into the abyss, and while they had returned, a part of them remained lost in the echoing darkness of the abandoned mine. The lingering questions, the cold dread, the very memory of its presence, they were all part of the price they paid for survival. The world, they knew, was no longer as simple or as safe as they had once believed. A shadow of doubt hung over them, a palpable sense of unease that would forever follow them, a haunting reminder of the horrors they had endured and the terrifying truth they had discovered in the depths of the abandoned mine. The escape was not an ending, but a terrifying beginning to a new reality. The biting wind whipped at their exposed skin as they stumbled out of the mine's maw, the sudden change in temperature a stark contrast to the suffocating humidity of the tunnels. The forest, usually a sanctuary of peace, felt hostile, its shadows stretching long and menacing, reflecting the darkness that clung to them. Their ragged breaths hung in the frigid air, little white puffs against the darkening twilight. They were alive, but the victory felt hollow, a Pyrrhic triumph snatched from the jaws of oblivion. Ben, his face grimy and streaked with blood, leaned heavily against a gnarled oak, the rough bark scratching against his already raw skin. He felt the tremors still, phantom vibrations that echoed the mine's collapse, the earth's shuddering protest against their intrusion. The adrenaline that had fueled their escape was fading, leaving behind a bone-deep exhaustion that threatened to pull them under. He looked at Maya and Liam, their faces pale and drawn, mirroring his own exhaustion and fear. Maya clutched her camera, its lens smeared with dust and grime, a useless relic in the face of the horror they had witnessed. The images she had managed to capture before the chaos of the collapse were likely useless, smudged and distorted reflections of the impossible. The photographs wouldn't capture the sheer terror, the visceral fear that had gripped them, the bone-chilling awareness of something ancient and malevolent. She shivered, not just from the cold, but from the lingering dread that clung to her like a shroud. Liam, his injured hand throbbing with a dull, insistent pain, sat silently, his gaze fixed on the ground. The physical wound was insignificant compared to the deeper, more profound wounds inflicted by the experience. The glowing eyes of the entity, the unnerving grace of its movements, the chilling rasp of its breath, these images were etched into his memory, indelible stains on his soul. He knew he would carry the weight of this experience for the rest of his life. The silence of the forest was broken only by the whisper of the wind rustling through the leaves and the occasional snap of a twig under their weary feet. It was a silence pregnant with unspoken horrors, a silence that magnified the echoes of their ordeal. Each rustle of leaves, each snap of a twig, brought with it a fresh surge of panic, a renewed awareness of their vulnerability. They were no longer just explorers, they were survivors, marked by their encounter with an ancient evil. The journey back felt interminable. Every step was a struggle, every muscle screaming in protest. The forest, once familiar and comforting, now felt menacing, its shadows teeming with unseen horrors. The darkness seemed to press in on them, suffocating, amplifying the already profound sense of dread. They moved as if in a trance, their bodies propelled by a desperate need to escape the encroaching night and the horrors it might bring. As dawn finally broke, painting the eastern sky with hues of pale orange and bruised purple, a sense of relief washed over them, as fragile and fleeting as the first rays of sunlight. The light offered a semblance of safety, a reassurance that they were still alive, still breathing. But even the warmth of the rising sun couldn't fully erase the chilling memory of the mine's depths, the lingering chill that permeated their bones. The experience had changed them, irrevocably altered their perception of the world, shattering their naive belief in the safety and predictability of everyday life. They emerged from the forest, blinking in the harsh sunlight, the site of civilization, a distant farmhouse, a lonely road, offering a bittersweet respite. They were safe, for now. But the relief was laced with a deep unease, a persistent sense of foreboding that lingered like the scent of decay after a storm. The world, they realized, was a much darker, more terrifying place than they had ever imagined. The physical scars would heal, the bruises would fade, but the psychological wounds, the indelible marks left by their encounter with the entity, would remain, a constant reminder of their brush with oblivion. Their escape had not been a victory, it had been a desperate flight from the abyss, a harrowing escape from the clutches of a force that defied comprehension. The days that followed were a blur of exhaustion, pain, and a profound sense of unease. They recounted their story to the local authorities, their words met with skepticism, their descriptions dismissed as hallucinations brought on by exhaustion and fear. But they knew the truth. The undeniable reality of what they had faced, the chilling certainty that their encounter with the entity was no mere figment of their imagination. The silence of their return was almost as terrifying as the mine itself. There was no triumphant homecoming, no celebratory reunion. Only a shared understanding of the horrors they had endured, a silent acknowledgement of the invisible scars that would forever bind them together. They had stared into the abyss, and while they had returned, a part of them remained lost in the echoing darkness of the abandoned mine. The questions that haunted them were as relentless as the throbbing pain in their bodies. What was the nature of the entity? What were its origins? What dark rituals had given it power? Was it truly gone, or would they face its wrath again, a grim reaper of the subterranean world returning to claim its due? The uncertainty, the chilling possibility of its return, added another layer of terror to the trauma they had already endured. Their ordeal had been a harrowing descent into the unknown, a terrifying encounter with an ancient evil that lurked in the shadows, a force far older and more powerful than they could have ever imagined. They had escaped the mine, but the mine, it seemed, would never escape them. The memory of the entity, its chilling presence, its unnatural grace, and the overpowering dread it generated, would remain forever etched in their souls, a constant reminder of their brush with oblivion. Their escape was not an ending, but a terrifying beginning to a new reality. A reality forever darkened by the shadows of the abandoned mine. The world, they knew, was no longer as simple or as safe as they had once believed. Story 4: The Shadowy Figure. The persistent chill that clung to them, even in the midday sun, was a physical manifestation of the terror they carried. It wasn't just the cold of the mountain air, it was the lingering icy breath of the entity, a spectral chill that seeped into their bones. Days bled into weeks, each sunrise a reluctant awakening to a reality still shadowed by their experience. The official investigations yielded nothing, the local police dismissing their accounts as the fanciful ramblings of overwrought individuals. They were left alone with their trauma, their shared secret a heavy weight that bound them together. For Sarah, the ordeal didn't end with their escape from the mine. It continued, seeping into her waking life in the form of recurring nightmares. Each night, the same shadowy figure would appear, its form shifting and indistinct, yet somehow utterly terrifying. It wasn't a humanoid figure, it was something other. It moved with an unsettling fluidity, a grace that belied its grotesque nature, a silent, sinuous presence that slithered into her dreams and chilled her to the core. Its eyes, when they were visible, fleeting glimpses through the darkness, burned with an unnatural light, cold and malevolent. These dreams were more than just nightmares. They were visions, fragments of something ancient and malevolent, glimpses into a realm beyond human comprehension. The landscape shifted, morphing from the familiar claustrophobia of the mine to vast, desolate plains, haunted forests, and impossibly high, twisting towers that scraped the sky. The shadowy figure was always present, a silent observer, a menacing guide through this alien landscape. It never spoke, never directly threatened, yet its presence alone was enough to evoke a paralyzing fear, a primal terror that left her gasping for breath even upon waking. The dreams began to bleed into her waking hours. She'd catch glimpses of the figure from the corner of her eye, a fleeting movement in her peripheral vision, a shadow that danced just beyond the reach of her conscious perception. A sudden chill would grip her, a feeling of being watched, a sense of dread that defied logic. Objects would move on their own, books falling from shelves, doors creaking open in the stillness of the night. The feeling of unease was constant, a low hum of terror that vibrated beneath the surface of her everyday life. The rational part of her mind fought back, desperately trying to explain away these occurrences. Stress, she told herself, exhaustion, the lingering trauma of the mine. But the rational explanations couldn't fully account for the sheer terror that gripped her, the icy dread that clung to her like a shroud. The visions were too vivid, too real, too consistent to be merely figments of her imagination. Liam noticed the change in Sarah. Her once bright eyes now held a haunted, distant look. Her laughter, once so infectious, had become rare and strained. She was withdrawn, silent, often staring blankly into space, lost in the echoes of her terrifying dreams. He tried to comfort her, to offer support, but he found himself helpless in the face of her silent torment. He knew the mine had changed them all, but Sarah seemed to be bearing a far heavier burden. Ben, meanwhile, struggled with a different kind of torment. The skepticism of the authorities gnawed at him, the disbelief in their story chipping away at his already fragile sanity. He found himself questioning his own memories, wondering if perhaps they had all been hallucinating, victims of a shared delusion brought on by stress and exhaustion. He sought solace in alcohol, drowning his doubts in a sea of whiskey, but the images remained, vivid and inescapable, a haunting reminder of the horrors they had faced. One night, Sarah awoke with a scream. The shadowy figure had been clearer than ever in her dream, its form more defined, its presence more menacing. It had seemed to reach out to her, its spectral hand brushing against her cheek, a touch that sent icy dread through her. She woke up trembling, convinced that the entity was still with her, lurking in the shadows of her room. The next day, Sarah decided she needed to do something, anything, to break free from the clutches of her nightmares. She sought out an old woman in the nearby village, a woman known for her knowledge of local lore and her understanding of the supernatural. The old woman, whose name was Alara, listened patiently to Sarah's story, her eyes filled with a knowing sadness. She confirmed Sarah's fears, revealing the existence of a shadowy, ancient entity, a being that fed on fear and despair. She spoke of rituals, of sacrifices, of a hidden history that intertwined with the mine and the land surrounding it. Elara told Sarah that the entity wasn't simply confined to the dream world. It had the ability to seep into reality, drawing its power from the fear of its victims. She explained that the only way to break free from the entity's influence was to confront its power directly, to find a way to break its hold on her soul. The journey wouldn't be easy. It would require courage, strength, and a willingness to face the darkest aspects of herself and the world around her. Elara spoke of a hidden symbol, a mark of protection against the entity, hidden somewhere deep within the abandoned mine, a symbol that could help break the entity's hold. Armed with Elara's knowledge and a newfound determination, Sarah, Liam, and Ben returned to the mine. The air hung heavy with the weight of their past, the darkness deeper, the silence more profound. They moved through the tunnels, their flashlights cutting through the oppressive darkness, each step a testament to their shared trauma and their shared resolve. The mine itself seemed different now, somehow more menacing, more alive. The air felt colder, thicker, charged with a malevolent energy that prickled their skin. They searched for the symbol, guided by Alara's fragmented descriptions, battling through the collapsing tunnels and the suffocating darkness, their fear amplified by the ominous silence. They found it finally, carved into the cold, damp stone wall, a complex glyph that seemed to throb with a faint, internal light. As Sarah touched it, a wave of energy washed over her, the symbol seeming to resonate deep within her soul. A blinding light filled the tunnel. When their eyes adjusted, the shadowy figure stood before them, its form more defined than ever, its eyes burning with malevolent intensity. But this time, it was different. It seemed weakened, its power diminished, its presence less overwhelming. The fear that had paralyzed them before was replaced by a cold, determined resolve. This was it, the final confrontation. The fight for their lives, their minds, their very souls, had begun. The chilling battle with the entity, a fight for survival against a force that defied comprehension, was about to begin, a terrifying climax to a journey into the depths of fear. The struggle wasn't just for their physical survival, it was for their sanity, their very essence. Their fate hung precariously in the balance. The whispers started subtly, almost imperceptible at first. Sarah would hear them in the quiet moments, a rustling in the leaves outside her window, a creaking floorboard in the dead of night. But they were more than just sounds. They were voices, faint and indistinct, yet undeniably present, weaving themselves into the fabric of her consciousness. They spoke in a language she didn't understand, a guttural, hissing tongue that resonated deep within her bones, a language that spoke not of words, but of primal fear and ancient darkness. Initially, she dismissed them as the lingering effects of trauma, the echoes of her terrifying ordeal in the mind. She tried to rationalize them away, to find a logical explanation for the unsettling sounds. But the whispers persisted, growing louder, more insistent, their meaning slowly revealing itself in fragmented images and chilling sensations. Sleep became a torture. The nightmares returned, more vivid and terrifying than before. The shadowy figure was no longer just a silent observer, it actively participated in her dreams, its form becoming clearer, more defined with each passing night. Its movements were fluid and unsettling, its presence an oppressive weight that crushed the air around her, stealing her breath and freezing her blood. The landscape shifted, becoming more surreal and disturbing, twisting familiar places into grotesque parodies of reality. She found herself in decaying castles, haunted forests, and desolate wastelands, the ground beneath her feet shifting and unstable, the air thick with a suffocating dread. The entity's influence extended beyond her dreams. Strange occurrences began to plague her waking hours. Objects moved inexplicably, doors slammed shut, lights flickered, and shadows danced in the periphery of her vision, mocking her with their fleeting presence. She felt a constant sensation of being watched, a malevolent gaze that pierced the veil of reality, leaving her feeling exposed and vulnerable. Even the familiar comfort of her own home felt alien and threatening, the silence punctuated by a constant, underlying hum of terror. Liam, despite his own struggles, remained Sarah's unwavering support. He saw the deterioration, the increasing fragility of her mental state. He observed the haunted look in her eyes, the tremor in her hands, the way she flinched at sudden noises. He tried to reason with her, to assure her that it was all in her mind, that the trauma would eventually subside. But he too sensed something more, a malevolent presence that seemed to cling to Sarah, draining her vitality, feeding on her fear. His rational mind struggled to comprehend the events unfolding before him, yet a deep-seated dread told him that Sarah's ordeal was far from over. Ben, still grappling with his own doubts and guilt, retreated further into himself. His skepticism was slowly eroding, replaced by a creeping sense of horror as he witnessed the deepening despair engulfing Sarah. He had been the most resistant, the most skeptical of their shared experience, but the undeniable evidence before him shattered his rational defenses. The increasingly strange occurrences surrounding Sarah left him with a chilling realization. Their encounter in the mind had unleashed something far more sinister than they could have ever imagined. The events transcended mere hallucination or trauma. This was a tangible, malevolent force that fed on their fear. Elara, the old woman who had offered some solace, had warned them. The entity was not bound by the rules of the physical world. It was a being that existed in the shadows, between realities, drawing its sustenance from the negative emotions of its victims. The more fear they felt, the stronger it became. Elara had hinted at ancient rituals, of sacrifices made to appease the entity, ensuring its continued influence over the land. She had mentioned a counter-ritual, a way to break the entity's hold, a way to sever its connection to Sarah, but the details remained shrouded in mystery. Sarah, driven by a desperate need to escape the entity's grasp, started researching old texts and obscure local legends. She discovered fragments of information about the entity, its origins lost in the mists of time, its true nature veiled in secrecy. She found references to a cult that had worshipped the entity for centuries, performing unspeakable rituals to maintain its power, its influence spreading through generations. The cult's existence had been shrouded in secrecy, its members carefully concealing their unholy practices. The text spoke of ancient symbols, powerful glyphs that held the key to either empowering or restraining the entity. The glyphs were intricately designed, a complex web of lines and curves that seemed to shift and change before her eyes. She spent hours studying them, trying to decipher their meaning, to understand their power. The longer she looked, the more unsettling the symbols became, their abstract shapes morphing into menacing figures that watched her from the page. The very act of studying the glyphs seemed to amplify the entity's presence, the whispers growing louder, the shadows darker. One night, while poring over a particularly ancient text, a chilling realization struck her. The symbols weren't simply decorative, they were a roadmap, a guide to a place of immense power, a place where the entity's influence was at its strongest, a place where the final confrontation would take place. The place was not far from the abandoned mine. It was a secluded area, hidden deep within a dense forest, a place untouched by time and shrouded in an unnatural darkness. She felt a pull toward this place, a strange compulsion, a feeling of impending doom intertwined with a desperate hope. She shared her findings with Liam and Ben, a shared dread uniting them as they prepared for what lay ahead. They knew this journey would be fraught with peril, a journey into the heart of darkness itself, but they had no choice. Sarah's life, and perhaps their own, depended on their success. The air grew heavy with anticipation, the silence broken only by the rustling of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. Sarah's fear was palpable, a chilling presence that seemed to coalesce with the surrounding darkness, a tangible energy that drew them forward, ever closer to the heart of the entity's domain. The shadows deepened, the whispers intensifying, and the chilling reality of their perilous journey began to sink in, confirming that their battle against this ancient, malevolent entity was about to reach its terrifying climax. They were about to confront the ultimate test of their courage, their sanity, and their very souls. The fight was not just for Sarah's life, but for the very fabric of their reality. The ancient texts, brittle with age and smelling faintly of mildew and decay, offered only fragmented glimpses into the entity's nature. Sarah traced the glyphs with a trembling finger, their cold, unsettling energy seeping into her very being. They were not merely symbols, they pulsed with a malevolent life, resonating with the same guttural whispers that haunted her waking moments and tormented her sleep. She felt a connection to them, a disturbing kinship that both terrified and fascinated her. The more she learned, the more she understood the horrifying truth. The entity wasn't simply a malevolent force, it was a parasitic entity, feeding on fear and despair, growing stronger with each victim it consumed. One particularly disturbing passage described the entity's origin, a horrifying tale of a ritual gone wrong, a desperate attempt to harness primordial forces beyond human comprehension. The cult, driven by a lust for power and an insatiable hunger for the forbidden, had inadvertently unleashed a being of pure malevolence, an entity whose only purpose was to inflict suffering and spread its influence through fear and dread. The ritual had bound the entity to the land, tethering it to a specific location, a nexus point where its power was amplified, its influence strongest. The texts hinted at the entity's motives, though they remained shrouded in mystery. It didn't seem driven by a desire for conquest or domination in the traditional sense. It wasn't interested in ruling the world or enslaving humanity. Its goal was far more insidious, far more terrifying, to sow chaos and despair, to feed on the negative emotions of its victims, to plunge the world into an abyss of unending torment. Its influence spread through subtle manipulations, whispers in the darkness, nightmares that bled into reality, and a pervasive sense of dread that clung to the victims like a second skin. Sarah found illustrations alongside the text, disturbing depictions of the entity's true form. It was a shape-shifting horror, its appearance fluid and constantly changing, adapting to the deepest fears of its victims. In some illustrations, it manifested as a grotesque parody of humanity, a twisted mockery of flesh and bone. In others, it took the form of colossal, shadowy beasts that clawed at the edges of reality, tearing holes in the fabric of existence. Sometimes, it was nothing more than a fleeting shadow, a darkness at the periphery of vision, a constant reminder of its ever-present gaze. But no matter its form, it always radiated an aura of pure malevolence, a palpable sense of dread that froze the blood in the veins. The texts also described the cult's elaborate rituals, designed to appease the entity and maintain its power. There were grotesque ceremonies involving sacrifices, both human and animal, steeped in ancient symbolism and practiced under the cloak of secrecy. The cult's members, driven by a blend of fanaticism and fear, had willingly offered themselves to the entity, becoming vessels for its malevolent influence, spreading its insidious power across generations. They were not merely followers, they were extensions of the entity itself, pawns in a terrifying game of cosmic horror. As Sarah delved deeper into the research, she uncovered unsettling connections between the cult's activities and recent disappearances in the area. The victims, all seemingly unrelated, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a lingering sense of unease and a growing fear that echoed the whispers in Sarah's mind. The entity's influence was spreading, reaching beyond the confines of the abandoned mine, encroaching on the lives of innocent people. The horrifying realization dawned on her: the entity's hunger was insatiable, and its reach extended far beyond their initial encounter. Liam, initially skeptical of Sarah's increasingly obsessive research, started to see the chilling evidence mounting before him. The disappearances, the unsettling occurrences around Sarah, and the growing sense of dread that permeated their lives were all too closely linked to the ancient texts and the terrifying truths they revealed. His rational mind struggled to accept the reality of a supernatural entity, but the sheer volume of evidence overwhelmed his skepticism. Ben, despite his initial resistance, was finally confronting the terrifying reality of their situation. The weight of his guilt, coupled with the horrifying evidence that Sarah uncovered, shattered his remaining defenses. He acknowledged that their encounter in the mine was not a mere hallucination or a collective delusion. It was a gateway to a terrifying reality, a reality where ancient evils lurked in the shadows, feeding on their fear and threatening to consume them all. Elara's words echoed in Sarah's mind. The entity was not bound by the rules of the physical world. It was a being that existed on the fringes of reality, drawing its power from the negative emotions of its victims. The more fear they experienced, the stronger it became. The ancient counter-ritual, a means to sever the entity's connection to Sarah, offered a glimmer of hope, but its details remained elusive, shrouded in cryptic symbolism and ancient languages. The final piece of the puzzle came in the form of a faded map, tucked away within a hidden compartment of an ancient book. The map depicted a hidden location, a place of immense power where the entity's influence was strongest, the point where it was anchored to this reality. The location was not simply a place, but a nexus point, a focal point of negative energy that amplified its power. The map led them to a secluded grove, hidden deep within a dense forest. The place was steeped in an unnatural silence, broken only by the rustling of leaves and the chilling whispers that seemed to permeate the very air. A palpable sense of dread hung heavy in the atmosphere, a tangible darkness that seemed to press down on them, suffocating them with its ominous presence. As they drew closer to their destination, the whispers intensified, the shadows deepened, and the horrifying realization of what awaited them sunk deep into their very souls. Their final confrontation with the entity was at hand, a battle not just for survival, but for the preservation of their sanity, and perhaps the very fate of the world. The stakes couldn't be higher, the darkness was gathering, and the shadows were waiting. Their fight for survival had begun. The air in the grove hung heavy, thick with an unnatural stillness that pressed against their eardrums like a physical weight. The trees, gnarled and ancient, seemed to lean in conspiratorially, their branches intertwining like skeletal fingers reaching out to grasp them. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy, casting long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed like living things. The whispers, barely audible at first, intensified as they ventured deeper, weaving themselves into the rustling leaves and the creaking branches, a chorus of unseen voices murmuring secrets only the forest could understand. Liam, despite his growing acceptance of the supernatural, felt a prickle of unease crawl up his spine. He was a man of logic, of facts and figures, and this place defied any rational explanation. The atmosphere was charged with a palpable dread, a suffocating pressure that squeezed the breath from his lungs. He glanced at Sarah, her face pale and drawn, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. Ben, his guilt etched onto his features, trailed behind them, his shoulders slumped with the weight of his past actions and the terrifying reality that lay before them. Sarah stopped abruptly, her hand outstretched towards a clearing bathed in an unnatural twilight. In the center of the clearing stood a towering oak, its branches twisted and contorted into grotesque shapes, its bark scarred with symbols that mirrored those in the ancient texts. The air around the tree crackled with an unsettling energy, a tangible hum that vibrated in their bones. This was it, the nexus point, the anchor of the entity's power. As they approached the oak, the whispers escalated into a cacophony of guttural sounds, a chorus of voices speaking in an unknown tongue that resonated deep within their souls. The ground beneath their feet seemed to vibrate, the trees swaying wildly despite the absence of wind. The shadows, once merely suggestive, now took on a tangible form, swirling and coalescing into grotesque shapes that danced at the periphery of their vision. Their heartbeats pounded in their ears, a frantic rhythm that mirrored the frantic energy of the grove. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled violently. The trees groaned, their branches scraping against each other with a sound like grinding bones. From the depths of the earth, a darkness erupted, a swirling vortex of shadows that pulsed with a malevolent energy. The darkness grew, expanding outwards, consuming the clearing and engulfing them in its suffocating embrace. The whispers intensified, morphing into a terrifying scream that echoed through the forest, piercing their minds and shattering their remaining composure. Within the swirling vortex of shadows, a figure began to coalesce, its form shifting and changing, constantly evolving as if struggling to solidify. It was a being of pure nightmare, a grotesque parody of humanity, its flesh a writhing mass of tentacles and shadows. Its eyes burned with an infernal light, radiating a malevolent energy that paralyzed them with fear. Its voice, a guttural rasp that seemed to come from the very depths of hell, echoed through the grove, a symphony of pure malice. "You have found me," the entity hissed, its voice a chilling blend of whispers and screams. "You have dared to trespass upon my domain." The entity's form continued to shift, its grotesque features contorting into a mockery of their deepest fears. To Liam, it manifested as a towering figure of pure darkness, its presence overwhelming and suffocating. To Ben, it took the shape of his past failures, a monstrous representation of his guilt and regret, a horrifying reflection of his deepest insecurities. To Alara, it resembled a faceless entity, devoid of any discernible features, a creature of pure horror that represented the unknown and the void that lurked beyond comprehension. Sarah, however, saw something different. She saw not a monstrous parody, but a reflection of herself, a twisted, corrupted version of her own being, a horrifying glimpse of what she could become if she succumbed to the entity's power. The entity was not simply a malevolent force, it was a parasite, feeding on their fears and insecurities, twisting their emotions and thoughts into weapons against themselves. The entity launched its attack, not with physical force, but with a torrent of psychic energy, a relentless assault designed to break their minds and shatter their will. It probed their deepest fears, exploiting their insecurities, and amplifying their doubts, turning their inner demons against them. Liam's rational mind struggled against the overwhelming pressure, his logic crumbling in the face of the sheer terror. Ben's guilt intensified, threatening to consume him entirely. Sarah's resolve faltered, her courage weakening under the relentless onslaught. The entity's power was immense, its influence permeating their minds, blurring the lines between reality and delusion. They were trapped in a vortex of terror, a maelstrom of fear and despair, their very sanity hanging precariously in the balance. The forest itself seemed to be reacting to the entity's power, the trees groaning and twisting, the shadows swirling and coalescing into monstrous shapes that threatened to engulf them. The ground beneath them trembled, threatening to open up and swallow them whole. Just as they felt their sanity slipping, Sarah remembered the counter-ritual. She had memorized the cryptic instructions, the complex sequence of symbols and chants designed to sever the entity's connection to the land. It was a dangerous gamble, a desperate attempt to fight back against a power that seemed insurmountable, but it was their only hope. With trembling hands, she began to trace the symbols in the air, chanting the ancient words in a language she didn't understand, her voice a fragile whisper against the entity's terrifying roar. As Sarah performed the ritual, a strange energy began to emanate from her, a counterforce to the entity's malevolent power. The whispers lessened, the shadows retreated, and the ground ceased its trembling. The entity's form began to waver, its monstrous features shifting and dissolving, its infernal light dimming. Its screams grew weaker, its power ebbing away as Sarah continued the counter-ritual, her voice growing stronger, her resolve unwavering. The battle raged, a clash between light and darkness, between hope and despair. The entity fought back with all its might, its power still immense, but Sarah's resolve, fueled by desperation and a fierce desire to protect her friends, held firm. The grove itself seemed to be responding to the struggle, the trees creaking in protest, the shadows twisting and contorting in a final desperate attempt to regain control. Finally, with a final, earth-shattering scream, the entity vanished, its malevolent energy dissolving into nothingness. The grove fell silent, the unnatural stillness replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves and the chirping of birds. The oppressive weight that had been pressing down on them lifted, leaving them weak and trembling, but alive. The shadows had retreated, the darkness had lifted, and the nightmare was finally over. The battle was won, but the scars of their ordeal would remain. The experience had changed them irrevocably, leaving an indelible mark on their souls, a constant reminder of the horrors they had faced and the darkness they had barely escaped. The memory of the shadowy figure would forever haunt them. The entity's attack intensified, a relentless barrage of psychic energy that hammered at the edges of their sanity. Liam, ever the pragmatist, found his carefully constructed world of logic crumbling under the weight of sheer terror. The rational explanations he'd clung to throughout the ordeal dissolved into meaningless fragments as the entity probed his deepest fears, twisting his anxieties into monstrous parodies. He saw himself as a failure, a weakling unable to protect those he cared for, the image amplified and distorted until it was a grotesque caricature of self-loathing. The feeling was visceral, a physical pain that tore at his soul, a constant reminder of his inadequacies. He fought against it, desperately clinging to the vestiges of his sanity, but the entity's assault was relentless, insidious, relentless. Ben, burdened by the weight of his past transgressions, found his guilt magnified 1,000-fold. The entity's attack manifested as a horrifying parade of his past failures, each mistake magnified into a monstrous representation of his deepest regrets. He saw the faces of those he had hurt, their pain echoing in his mind, a chorus of accusation that amplified his self-reproach. He was drowning in his guilt, the entity's psychic assault a relentless tide pulling him under. He staggered, his knees buckling under the immense psychic pressure. The image of his brother's death, long suppressed, resurfaced with brutal force, the blood staining his hands once again, a horrifying, inescapable vision. His breathing grew shallow, his heart pounded a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He felt himself slipping into the abyss, his will eroding with each passing moment. Sarah, initially more resilient than her companions, found herself facing a different kind of torment. The entity didn't attack her with images of failure or regret, but with a reflection of her own potential darkness. It showed her a twisted, corrupted version of herself, a mirror image of what she could become if she yielded to despair and fear. It was not an external attack, but a horrifying glimpse into the darkness that resided within her own soul, a potential she never knew existed. It was a terrifyingly effective strategy, a personal brand of torment that chipped away at her self-belief, undermining the strength she had displayed just moments earlier. She saw herself consumed by the entity's power, her compassion replaced by ruthless ambition, her kindness twisting into cold calculation. The image was so real, so horrifying, it almost broke her. She felt a shiver run down her spine, a chill that sunk deep into her bones. The shadow of her own potential corruption loomed large, threatening to consume her entirely. Liam, fighting against the tide of despair, managed to regain a semblance of control. He focused on the task at hand, recalling the cryptic instructions Sarah had been painstakingly piecing together. He knew that they were running out of time. The entity's assault was steadily eroding their will to resist. He understood the significance of this moment, the battle not only for their survival, but for their sanity. He fought against the illusions, against the whispers, against the ever-present dread. He tried to focus, his mind struggling against the entity's intrusion. Seeing Ben on the verge of collapse, Liam attempted to reach out to him, to break through the psychic fog that enveloped his friend. He focused on the positive memories they shared, the bond between them, a lifeline in the maelstrom of fear. He shouted his friend's name, a battle cry against the oppressive weight of the entity's malice. It was a desperate act, a tiny spark of hope in the overwhelming darkness. Sarah, her resolve wavering but not broken, finally made a breakthrough. With a scream of defiance that shook the ancient grove, she fought back, her own psychic strength battling against the entity's malevolent force. She began to focus on the counter-ritual, her chant growing stronger, louder, a counterpoint to the entity's monstrous roar. It was a battle of wills, a fierce struggle between light and darkness, sanity and madness. The grove itself seemed to be caught in the crossfire. The ancient trees groaned under the immense pressure, their branches contorting like writhing limbs. The shadows, once menacing and suggestive, now solidified into grotesque parodies of the trees, grotesque shapes that seemed to move and breathe. The ground trembled, threatening to split open and swallow them whole, an alarming display of the immense power locked in this struggle. As Sarah's chant reached a crescendo, a wave of pure energy emanated from her, pushing back against the entity's oppressive influence. The ground stopped its violent trembling. The shadows recoiled. The entity's roar diminished to a tortured whimper. It was a turning point, a critical moment where hope began to reclaim the space dominated by fear. Liam and Ben, drawn to her resolve, joined in their own way. Liam focused all his energy on bolstering Sarah's resolve, offering her a lifeline of strength and faith. Ben, spurred by the sight of his friend's strength, fought his way back from the abyss of despair, his guilt momentarily pushed aside by his desire to help. Together, the three of them, linked by their determination, pushed back against the encroaching darkness. The entity's form began to waver, its monstrous features blurring, dissolving like smoke in the wind. Its infernal light flickered and died. Its whispers turned to groans, its screams to whimpers of pure agony. It was a slow retreat, a painful demise, as the counter-ritual drained its power, severing its connection to the grove, to the earth itself. Finally, with a last, desperate surge of energy, the entity vanished, leaving behind only silence and the faint scent of ozone. The oppressive weight that had crushed them lifted, leaving them weak and trembling, but alive. The grove, still scarred by the battle, seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief. The air, once thick with dread, now felt clean and fresh. The silence that followed was profound, a deafening emptiness that accentuated the reality of their narrow escape. They had faced their deepest fears and emerged victorious, but the victory was bittersweet, marked by the exhaustion of the battle and the lasting scars of their ordeal. They stood there, gasping for breath, their bodies drained, their minds reeling. The experience had irrevocably changed them, etching an indelible mark on their souls, a reminder of the terrifying power of fear and the fragility of human sanity. The memory of the shadowy figure, the confrontation with their own internal demons, would forever linger, a constant companion in the quiet moments of their lives. The forest, once a place of dread, now held a different meaning, a testimony to their resilience and the terrifying reality they had survived. They were left alone, standing in the aftermath of a battle that had pitted them not just against an external evil, but against the darkest parts of themselves. And that battle, they knew, was one they would never truly be free from. Story 5, 15 Nights of Fear. The clearing, once choked with the oppressive presence of the entity, now felt strangely empty, the silence broken only by the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. Liam, Ben, and Sarah stood amidst the ancient trees, their bodies trembling with exhaustion, their minds reeling from the intensity of the confrontation. The ordeal had left them drained, not just physically but emotionally and spiritually. The battle had been fought not only on a physical plane, but on a deeply personal one, each of them confronting their own inner demons as the entity relentlessly probed their deepest fears. The lingering scent of ozone hung in the air, a stark reminder of the raw power they had faced and, against all odds, overcome. Liam, ever the pragmatist, found himself struggling to reconcile the reality of what they had just experienced with his ingrained sense of logic. The entity, a being of pure psychic energy, had shattered his carefully constructed world of rational explanations. He'd witnessed the impossible, the unthinkable, and the experience had irrevocably altered his perception of reality. Yet, despite the profound disorientation, a sense of relief, almost euphoric in its intensity, washed over him. They were alive. They had survived. Ben, still reeling from the overwhelming wave of guilt and self-reproach that the entity had unleashed, found himself staring at his hands, expecting to see the stain of his brother's blood. The horrifying visions, the relentless accusations, had threatened to consume him, to drown him in the abyss of his past mistakes. But witnessing Sarah's unwavering strength, her fierce determination to fight back, had sparked something within him, a flicker of hope that had pulled him back from the brink. He felt the weight of his guilt lessen, replaced by a profound sense of gratitude for his survival and for the unlikely bond he'd forged with his companions. Sarah, though seemingly the strongest during the climax, felt the strain of the battle deep within her. The entity's attempt to show her the darkness within, the potential for corruption lurking beneath the surface of her compassionate nature, had shaken her to her core. The vision of a twisted, ruthless version of herself had been terrifyingly real, a stark reminder of the fragility of good in the face of overwhelming evil. But the confrontation had also revealed a strength she hadn't known she possessed, a reservoir of inner resilience that had allowed her to fight back, to channel her fear into defiant action. As they stood there, catching their breath, the forest began to regain its composure. The trees, twisted and contorted during the battle, slowly straightened, their branches no longer writhing in agony. The shadows, which had taken on monstrous shapes, receded, becoming once again the natural, ambiguous forms that they had been before the confrontation. The air, once thick with dread, now held a lightness that was both comforting and disquieting. The relief was palpable, yet a profound sense of unease lingered, a subtle reminder of the raw, terrifying power that had been unleashed within that sacred grove. The convergence of their individual narratives, their separate battles against the cult and their respective inner demons, culminated in this final confrontation. Each of their struggles had been a prelude to this climactic event, a necessary step toward understanding the true nature of the evil that had threatened to consume them. Their individual traumas, Liam's fear of inadequacy, Ben's crushing guilt, and Sarah's potential for darkness, had all been brought to the surface, laid bare under the merciless light of the entity's psychic attack. This confrontation hadn't just been about survival, it had been about confronting and ultimately overcoming the darkest aspects of their own selves. The silence, heavy with the weight of their shared experience, stretched on. Then, a sound, a soft cracking of branches, broke the stillness. They turned, their hearts pounding, their senses on high alert. A figure emerged from the shadows, silhouetted against the darkening sky. The fear that had almost been vanquished threatened to return, a cold tendril wrapping around their hearts. But as the figure stepped into the faint light filtering through the trees, they recognized the person. It was Elias, the old hermit who had warned them about the grove, the man who had initially seemed like a harmless eccentric. His face, etched with a weariness that spoke of years spent battling against unseen forces, held a flicker of something akin to relief. He approached them cautiously, his movements stiff but determined. He held out a worn leather-bound book, its pages yellowed with age, the cover adorned with symbols that echoed the terrifying glyphs they'd seen etched into the grove's ancient stones. "The ritual is broken," Elias said, his voice hoarse but steady. "But the evil isn't entirely gone. It's been weakened, scattered, but it will return. This book, it holds the knowledge to prevent its resurgence, the secrets to understanding its origins." He paused, his gaze lingering on each of them in turn. The entity was but a symptom. The true malignancy lies deeper, within the structures of power that feed it, the societal rot that nurtures its existence. He handed the book to Liam, his eyes filled with a mixture of hope and trepidation. "You three, you are the only ones who can stop it. You've faced the darkness within yourselves, and you've emerged victorious. Now, you must face the darkness within our world." He warned them, this is not the end. This is merely the beginning of a far greater battle. With that, he turned and disappeared back into the shadows, leaving them alone with the book and the terrifying weight of their newly found responsibility. The book, heavy in Liam's hands, felt like more than just a collection of ancient texts. It felt like a burden, a responsibility that stretched far beyond their individual struggles. The pages held the secrets to an ancient and sinister cult, one that extended its influence far beyond the secluded grove. They had faced a supernatural entity, but they now knew that the real war was against a far more insidious enemy, a corruption woven into the very fabric of their society, a hidden power structure that had nurtured and sustained the entity's malevolent existence. As they began to decipher the cryptic symbols and ancient texts, a terrifying realization dawned on them. The cult was not simply a group of isolated fanatics, it was a deeply embedded network of influential individuals, wielding power in the government, corporations, and even within their own communities. The evil was not confined to the secluded grove, it had seeped into the heart of civilization, its tendrils reaching into every aspect of their lives. The fight, they realized, would be far more challenging than their encounter in the grove. They would need to navigate the treacherous labyrinth of societal structures, expose the cult's hidden power, and unravel a conspiracy that stretched back centuries. Their survival in the grove had been a victory, but it was a Pyrrhic one, a mere respite in a far greater, more terrifying war. They had been chosen, or perhaps cursed, to become unlikely warriors against a foe far more powerful than they could have ever imagined. The forest, once a place of unimaginable fear, had become a battleground, a mere prelude to a much larger, far more dangerous conflict that would test their strength, their resolve, and the limits of their very sanity. Their journey was far from over, the chilling truth of their new mission, the daunting task that lay ahead of them, pressed down upon them with all the terrifying weight of the unknown. The 15 nights of fear had ended, but a new era of uncertainty, a far greater struggle, had just begun. The weight of the world, or at least, the shadow world concealed beneath their own, rested now upon their shoulders. The leather-bound book, its pages brittle with age, felt strangely warm in Liam's hands, a stark contrast to the chilling implications of its contents. The symbols, initially indecipherable, began to resolve themselves under the faint light of a flickering lantern, revealing a language both ancient and disturbingly familiar. It was a language of power, of ritual, of sacrifice, a language that spoke of a history far older and more sinister than any of them could have ever imagined. As they deciphered the cryptic texts, a chilling narrative unfolded, revealing the interconnectedness of seemingly disparate cults and secret societies. The Grove, the site of their terrifying encounter, was merely one node in a vast, insidious network, a network that stretched across continents and spanned centuries. The entity they had confronted was not a singular evil, but a manifestation, a tangible embodiment of a far greater, more pervasive malignancy. The book detailed the history of the cult, its origins traced back to a forgotten civilization, a society obsessed with manipulating the very fabric of reality. They learned of rituals designed to channel supernatural energies, to summon beings from beyond the veil, to harness power that defied comprehension. The text spoke of ancient pacts made with entities of unimaginable power, pacts that bound the cult to a horrifying destiny. The implications were staggering. The cult wasn't simply a group of deluded fanatics performing isolated rituals in remote locations. It was a sophisticated organization, its members embedded within the highest echelons of power. Politicians, corporate executives, even religious leaders, all were implicated, their positions strategically chosen to allow the cult to influence the world from the shadows. Ben, his guilt momentarily overshadowed by the sheer scale of the conspiracy, began to trace the lineage of the cult, following a trail of cryptic clues hidden within the book's intricate illustrations and coded messages. He discovered that the cult's influence wasn't limited to a specific geographical region. It permeated global power structures, weaving its tendrils into the very fabric of society. The seemingly disparate events, disappearances, unexplained accidents, even seemingly random acts of violence, all pointed towards the cult's carefully orchestrated manipulations. Sarah, her sharp mind cutting through the layers of deception, began to unravel the cult's intricate web of influence. She meticulously analyzed the symbolism embedded within the text, uncovering hidden meanings and connections that pointed to specific individuals and institutions. Her research revealed a chilling pattern, a systematic campaign of intimidation and manipulation designed to suppress dissent and maintain the cult's power. The cult wasn't simply controlling events, it was shaping the very narrative of the world, controlling the flow of information and manipulating public perception. Liam, the pragmatist, focused on piecing together the cult's operational structure. The book provided a roadmap, a blueprint of the cult's hierarchical organization, identifying key figures and their roles within the network. He found evidence of clandestine meetings, secret rituals, and coded communication channels, all designed to maintain secrecy and control. The cult's ability to infiltrate and manipulate these seemingly disparate organizations was a testament to their level of sophistication and planning. They operated beyond the scope of national boundaries, their reach extending into international finance, politics, and religion. The information they unearthed was more terrifying than anything they had witnessed in the Grove. The entity they fought was a symptom of a far deeper, more insidious malignancy. The true horror lay not in the supernatural power of the cult, but in its ability to corrupt and control the human world, twisting societal structures to serve its dark purposes. The struggle was no longer a simple fight against a malevolent being, it was a war against the hidden enemy, an enemy so deeply entrenched in the world's power structures that exposing it would shake the foundations of civilization. The book revealed a disturbing history of ritualistic sacrifices, not just for power, but for maintaining the cult's control over time itself. The sacrifices were not random, they were chosen for their influence and position within society. Their deaths were not mere killings, They were offerings, designed to strengthen the cult's hold on the world. The more they learned, the more they realized the enormous challenge ahead of them. Exposing the cult would mean confronting not just a supernatural enemy, but the powerful individuals who shielded it. It would mean fighting the very system that nurtured its existence. The lines between right and wrong became blurred, the familiar world shifting into a terrifying landscape of conspiracy and deceit. As the night deepened, the weight of their discovery pressed down on them. They were no longer just survivors of a supernatural attack. They were reluctant warriors in a war against a global conspiracy, a fight against an enemy that had infiltrated every aspect of society. The fear they felt was not just the primal fear of the supernatural, but the cold dread of a world betrayed, a world manipulated by forces far beyond their comprehension. The ancient texts revealed a chilling prophecy, a warning of a coming cataclysm, an event that would unleash the full power of the cult and plunge the world into darkness. The prophecy spoke of a final ritual, a sacrifice on a scale never before witnessed, one that would irrevocably alter the course of history. The book, though filled with terrifying revelations, also offered a glimmer of hope, hinting at ways to disrupt the cult's plans, methods to counter their influence and ultimately prevent the prophesied cataclysm. The weight of the world, or at least the corrupt underbelly of it, rested on their shoulders. The three friends, once united by a terrifying shared experience, now faced a daunting task, one that would require all their courage, their skills, and their unwavering resolve. They were no longer simply fighting for survival, they were fighting for the very future of humanity. The 15 nights of fear were over, but the true horror had only just begun. The battle for their souls had become a battle for the world. The book hinted at a series of specific actions they needed to take, a pathway leading to the heart of the conspiracy. It described hidden locations, coded messages, and specific individuals they would need to confront. The information was fragmented, requiring careful analysis and interpretation. It was a dangerous path, fraught with peril, but it was the only chance they had to stop the cult and prevent the prophesied catastrophe. The fight would not be against monsters and shadows, it would be against the insidious power of corruption, the influence of those who controlled society from the dark. It would require them to unravel a web of deceit that had spanned centuries, to expose individuals of great power and influence who believed themselves invincible. The lines between heroism and sacrifice would blur, as they were forced to make difficult choices, the consequences of which could have far-reaching and devastating repercussions. The road ahead was treacherous. They faced an enemy that possessed vast resources, a sophisticated network of spies and informants, and a history of eliminating those who dared to challenge their power. Yet, armed with the knowledge contained within the ancient book, they resolved to confront the evil that had plagued humanity for so long. They had survived 15 nights of fear, emerging battered but unbroken. Now, they prepared to enter a new and far more perilous battle, a battle not for their individual survival, but for the future of civilization itself. The fight for the soul of humanity had begun. The flickering lantern cast long, dancing shadows on the faces of Liam, Ben, and Sarah, their expressions etched with a mixture of determination and grim resolve. The weight of their discovery pressed heavily upon them, a conspiracy of global proportions, a centuries-old cult manipulating the world from the shadows, and a prophesied cataclysm looming on the horizon. The 15 nights of fear had been a prelude, a terrifying initiation into a war far greater than any of them could have imagined. Liam, ever the pragmatist, laid out the plan meticulously. The ancient book had provided a roadmap, a series of cryptic clues leading to the cult's central hub, a hidden location somewhere in the remote Andes Mountains. He traced the route on a tattered map, his finger pausing at significant landmarks, a peculiar rock formation, a specific constellation visible only at a precise time of year, the ruins of a forgotten temple. Each clue represented a challenge, a test of their resolve, and a potential trap set by the cult. Ben, burdened by the guilt of past mistakes but fueled by a newfound purpose, focused on deciphering the book's coded messages. The cryptic symbols and intricate illustrations held the key to unlocking the cult's internal communications, identifying key figures and predicting their moves. His analytical skills, honed over years of meticulous research, now served a far greater purpose than simply solving academic mysteries. They were essential in their fight against a formidable, unseen enemy. He worked tirelessly, the lines of code blurring into patterns, revealing names, dates, and locations, a tapestry of hidden interactions woven into the fabric of society. Sarah, her sharp mind ever alert, was the strategist. She analyzed the cult's organizational structure, identifying vulnerabilities within their intricate network. She studied their methods, recognizing the patterns of manipulation and deception that enabled them to infiltrate power structures across the globe. Her knowledge of sociology and psychology provided invaluable insights into the cult's mindset, allowing them to anticipate their next move and counteract their carefully orchestrated schemes. She meticulously crafted a counter-strategy, a plan to expose the cult while minimizing casualties and ensuring the safety of innocent bystanders. Their individual strengths, once compartmentalized within their own individual narratives of horror, now complemented each other, creating a formidable force capable of confronting an enemy that seemed invincible. The fear that had haunted them during the 15 nights of terror was now replaced by a cold, determined anger. They were united by a shared purpose, a collective will to fight for the future of humanity. The journey to the Andes was fraught with peril. They faced treacherous terrain, hostile environments, and the constant threat of surveillance. The cult's reach extended far beyond their immediate surroundings, and informants were everywhere, their eyes and ears constantly monitoring their movements. They had to rely on their instincts, their skills, and a healthy dose of luck to avoid detection and navigate the dangerous landscape. Their path was marked by close calls and near misses. They narrowly escaped a booby-trapped minefield, outsmarted a team of heavily armed mercenaries, and evaded surveillance by using a network of underground tunnels discovered through Ben's diligent code-breaking. Each challenge tested their resolve, strengthening their bond, and revealing the depth of their commitment. As they approached their destination, the air grew heavy with an unsettling energy. The surrounding landscape felt oppressive, the silence broken only by the howling wind and the distant creak of ancient trees. The atmosphere changed profoundly, the very land seeming to vibrate with a dark, malevolent energy. They knew they were nearing the heart of the cult's operations, the source of their power. The final confrontation took place in a hidden temple, nestled deep within a forgotten valley. The temple itself was a testament to the cult's age and influence, its stones imbued with a sinister energy, its chambers echoing with whispers of forgotten rituals. They faced off against the cult's leaders, powerful individuals who held positions of influence throughout the globe, their faces etched with the chilling conviction of fanaticism. The battle was brutal and relentless. They employed a combination of strategy, cunning, and raw strength, each utilizing their unique skills to overcome their opponents. Ben leveraged his knowledge of the cult's internal workings to disrupt their plans and neutralize their key figures. Sarah used her psychological insights to sow discord among the cult's ranks, turning members against each other. Liam, with his pragmatic approach, ensured their strategic retreat and secured their escape. The final encounter with the entity itself was nothing short of apocalyptic. The ancient texts had not fully prepared them for the sheer power they faced, a creature of unimaginable horror whose presence warped reality itself. The fight was a desperate struggle for survival, a testament to their resilience and unwavering determination. They pushed themselves beyond their limits, drawing on reserves of strength they never knew they possessed. In the end, they emerged victorious, not without scars, but with the satisfaction of knowing they had thwarted a global conspiracy of immense scale. The cult's power was broken, its influence shattered, and its dark reign brought to an end. The prophesied cataclysm was averted, but their victory came at a cost. The world remained changed, forever marked by the horrors they had witnessed, a world now aware of the dark undercurrents that flowed beneath the surface of everyday life. The 15 nights of fear had ended, but the experience had fundamentally altered them. They had faced the darkest aspects of human nature, the destructive power of unchecked ambition, and the terrifying reality of supernatural forces. They had emerged from the crucible of terror stronger, wiser, and irrevocably bonded by their shared ordeal. Though the immediate danger was over, they knew that the fight for a better future, a future free from the shadow of the cult, had only just begun. The lingering fear remained, but it was now a fuel, a driving force that would propel them forward, ensuring that the lessons learned during those 15 nights of fear would never be forgotten. The world might be safe, but the scars of their experience, both visible and invisible, would stay with them forever, a constant reminder of the battle they fought and the price they paid. Their fight for survival had become a fight for humanity's future. The future remained uncertain, but now they could face it together. The temple crumbled around them, dust and debris raining down like apocalyptic snow. Silence descended, broken only by the ragged gasps for air and the throbbing ache in their battered bodies. Liam leaned against a shattered pillar, his arm bleeding freely, the crimson a stark contrast to the gray dust coating his clothes. Ben, his face pale and drawn, clutched the ancient book, its pages now torn and stained with the blood of their enemies and their own. Sarah, her usually sharp eyes clouded with exhaustion, surveyed the scene, her gaze lingering on the lifeless forms scattered across the temple floor. They had won. Or had they? The victory felt hollow, a Pyrrhic triumph purchased at a steep price. The cult's physical power was broken, their leadership decimated, but the lingering sense of dread remained, a palpable presence clinging to the very air they breathed. The air itself hummed with a residual energy, a dark echo of the entity they had vanquished, a chilling reminder of the forces they had barely contained. The ground beneath their feet seemed to tremble, not from aftershocks, but from a deeper, more unsettling vibration, a tremor in the fabric of reality itself. They had averted the cataclysm, prevented the unfolding of the prophecy, but at what cost? The scale of the cult's influence was staggering, far beyond their initial estimations. They had uncovered networks that extended into the highest echelons of power, individuals who wielded influence across governments, corporations, and religious organizations. Exposing them all would be a monumental task, a process that would undoubtedly shake the foundations of the world. The world they had saved was now irrevocably changed, forever tainted by the knowledge of the darkness that lurked beneath its surface. The task ahead was daunting. The cult's infrastructure was vast and complex, its tentacles deeply embedded in the global system. They had only managed to strike at the heart, but the body remained, a malignant organism waiting for an opportunity to regenerate. The remaining members, scattered and disoriented, could regroup, reforming their ranks, rebuilding their power. The threat wasn't extinguished, it was merely suppressed, a smoldering ember waiting for the right conditions to burst into flames. Liam, ever the pragmatist, began to assess the damage, both physical and metaphorical. The temple, once a symbol of the cult's power, was now a ruin, but the memory of the horrors witnessed within its walls would persist. The cost to human life had been high, and the psychological toll on the survivors, on themselves, was immeasurable. Their own scars, both physical and emotional, served as a constant reminder of the price they had paid for their victory. They had fought, they had won, but they had also lost something essential in the process, a part of their innocence, a part of their faith in humanity. Ben, meanwhile, focused on consolidating the information they had gleaned from the temple. The ancient book, though damaged, held further clues, fragments of knowledge that could help unravel the cult's remaining mysteries. He painstakingly pieced together the scattered information, deciphering cryptic symbols and translating fragmented texts. His work was crucial. It was the key to understanding the cult's remaining networks, the means to identify potential threats and prevent future outbreaks of their malevolent activities. But the weight of his task, the sheer volume of information, was overwhelming. It would take months, perhaps years, to fully process it all. Sarah, observing the weary faces of her companions, recognized the profound exhaustion settling over them. They had pushed their bodies and minds to the absolute limit. They had confronted unimaginable horrors, witnessing acts of unimaginable cruelty, and the psychological scars would linger long after the physical wounds had healed. Her role, now, wasn't just that of a strategist but also of a healer, a guide to navigate the trauma they had collectively endured. She understood that the fight for survival hadn't ended with the collapse of the cult. The true battle had just begun, a battle to rebuild their lives, to confront the psychological aftermath of the terror they had faced. The escape from the Andes was as perilous as the journey in. They had to move swiftly, before the remaining members of the cult could regroup and launch a counterattack. The journey back was fraught with challenges, treacherous terrain, dwindling supplies, and the ever-present threat of pursuit. They relied on their instincts, their skills, and a fragile thread of hope, navigating the harsh landscape with a determination fueled by exhaustion and adrenaline. Each step was a victory, each hour a testament to their resilience. The aftermath was a slow, agonizing process. They provided authorities with the information they gathered, knowing that the task of dismantling the cult's vast global network would be a long and complex undertaking. The world slowly began to grapple with the revelations, the scale of the conspiracy slowly seeping into public awareness. The ensuing chaos was predictable: widespread panic, political upheaval, and a deep societal fracture. Many refused to believe the truth, dismissing the evidence as conspiracy theories or government disinformation. Others, however, were shaken to the core, their sense of security shattered by the realization that the world they knew was a carefully constructed illusion, a veil obscuring a far darker reality. For Liam, Ben, and Sarah, the victory felt bittersweet. They had saved the world, but at a cost that would forever mark them. The 15 nights of fear had irrevocably changed them, leaving behind a haunting legacy of trauma, a shared experience that bound them together, yet also set them apart from the rest of humanity. They were the guardians of a terrible secret, the keepers of a knowledge too terrifying for most to comprehend. Their lives would never be the same. The world was safe, for now, but the shadows still lingered, and the darkness they had barely contained could easily return. Their Pyrrhic victory left them standing on the precipice of an uncertain future, a future where the fight for humanity's survival was far from over. The world was safe, but they knew, with a chilling certainty, that the fear, the lingering unease, would forever reside within them. The true fight had only just begun. The helicopter ride back to civilization was a blur of dizzying heights and churning stomachs. The thin air of the Andes, already a challenge during their ascent, felt even thinner now, each breath a reminder of their near-death experience. Liam, his arm in a makeshift sling fashioned from a torn piece of their tattered tent, stared out at the vast, unforgiving landscape, his mind replaying the horrific scenes from the temple. The echoes of the chanting, the stench of blood, the chilling gaze of the cult leader, all were vivid, unflinching memories etched into his mind. He closed his eyes, trying to find solace in the rhythmic thump of the helicopter blades, but the images persisted, a relentless slideshow of terror playing in the dark theater of his consciousness. Ben, his face pale and drawn, remained hunched over the battered book, its pages still damp with blood. The faint scent of dried blood clung to the pages, a grim reminder of their violent confrontation. He murmured to himself, occasionally letting out a soft gasp as he deciphered another cryptic symbol, another fragmented piece of the puzzle. He worked tirelessly, driven by an almost manic need to make sense of the horror they had witnessed, to understand the intricate machinations of the cult, to ensure that their sacrifice had not been in vain. But the weight of his task was immense, the responsibility crushing. He feared that even with all the information they had gathered, they may have only scratched the surface. The depth of the cult's influence felt unfathomable, their reach seemingly limitless. The fear gnawed at him, the fear that they had only delayed the inevitable. Sarah, usually the stoic pillar of strength, showed signs of cracking. The vibrant spark that had defined her earlier was dimmed, replaced by a weary exhaustion that went beyond physical fatigue. Her eyes, usually sharp and perceptive, were haunted, clouded with a deep sadness. She sat in silence, her gaze fixed on the distant mountains, the breathtaking scenery failing to penetrate her inner turmoil. She knew the physical wounds would heal, but the psychological scars, the memories of the unspeakable acts they had witnessed, would remain, a constant, throbbing reminder of the 15 nights of fear. The weight of their collective trauma pressed heavily on her, the unspoken burdens shared between them a silent language only they could understand. She worried about them, about their ability to cope with the lingering effects of their ordeal. The fight for survival, she realized, had only just begun. The battle wasn't merely against the cult, it was against the psychological consequences of their harrowing experience. Upon their return, the three were greeted by a team of doctors and psychologists, their faces etched with concern. The physical injuries were assessed and treated, but the psychological damage was far more insidious, far more difficult to mend. Liam's arm healed, but the nightmares persisted, vivid and terrifying, leaving him drenched in sweat and gasping for breath in the dead of night. Ben, despite his diligent work in deciphering the book, struggled with intense anxiety and insomnia, haunted by the faces of the victims they had found within the temple. Sarah, despite her outward stoicism, found herself isolating herself, withdrawing into a shell of silence, grappling with a profound sense of loss and disillusionment. The world they had saved was irrevocably altered, so too were they. The information they provided to the authorities led to a series of high-profile arrests, a shockwave that reverberated through the global political and economic landscapes. The exposure of the cult's influence in major corporations and governmental bodies sent shockwaves through the media, leading to widespread public outrage and unrest. Conspiracy theories, initially dismissed as outlandish ramblings, were now confirmed as terrifying truths. The seemingly stable foundations of society crumbled, replaced by uncertainty and mistrust. The lines between reality and fiction blurred, leaving the populace grappling with a world far more sinister and complex than they had ever imagined. The aftermath was not a simple victory celebration, but a prolonged period of reckoning, both individually and collectively. Liam found solace in his work, becoming involved in reforming the systems that the cult had manipulated, driven by a sense of justice and a desire to prevent future catastrophes. He channeled his trauma into activism, becoming a fierce advocate for transparency and accountability in government and corporate structures. He sought to build a better world, a safer world, from the ashes of the one that had been tainted by the cult's influence. But even as he fought for a better future, the shadows of the past continued to haunt him. Ben, on the other hand, found solace in the intricate details of the ancient book. His work became an obsession, his dedication unwavering, driven by the need to fully understand the cult's origins, their rituals, their motivations. He meticulously documented every detail, every symbol, every fragmented text, hoping to leave a legacy of understanding that would prevent future generations from facing the horrors they had endured. He delved deeper into ancient texts, seeking to unearth the hidden history of the cult, the secrets buried beneath layers of deception and manipulation. But the knowledge he gained only served to amplify his anxieties, to make the world seem even more dangerous, more unpredictable. The weight of his knowledge felt unbearable at times, a chilling burden to carry alone. Sarah, after a prolonged period of isolation, found healing in helping others. She dedicated her life to working with trauma survivors, using her own experiences to guide and support those who had faced similar horrors. She found a sense of purpose in helping others navigate the darkness, finding strength in the shared experience of resilience and recovery. She established a foundation to aid victims of cult indoctrination and manipulation, providing a safe space for them to heal and rebuild their lives. Her journey towards healing was long and arduous, filled with setbacks and moments of despair, but her unwavering commitment to helping others fueled her determination to overcome her own trauma. She found a sense of peace in the act of giving back and helping others to find light in the darkness. Their shared experience bound Liam, Ben, and Sarah together in an unbreakable bond, a silent understanding that transcended words. They were forever altered, scarred by the 15 nights of fear. They had saved the world, but the price was high. The world moved on, slowly recovering from the shock and upheaval, but for Liam, Ben, and Sarah, the trauma remained a palpable presence, a constant reminder of the darkness they had confronted and the sacrifices they had made. The fight was over, but the scars, both physical and emotional, would remain, a haunting testament to their harrowing ordeal, a constant reminder of the 15 nights of fear that changed their lives forever. The world may have healed, but the wounds within them remained open, festering, a perpetual reminder of the shadows that lurk beneath the surface of reality. Story 6: The Whispering Doll. The chipped porcelain face of the doll, with its painted blue eyes and a perpetually surprised expression, seemed harmless enough. Lily, all of 7 years old, clutched it tightly in her small hands, the cool smoothness of the painted surface a stark contrast to the warmth of her palm. Grandmother Alara, her wrinkled face etched with a lifetime of secrets, had presented it to her just that morning, a gift wrapped in faded lavender ribbon. A keepsake, she'd crooned, her voice a low, rustling whisper that seemed to blend with the shadows in the corners of the room. A friend to keep you company. Lily had adored the doll instantly. She named it Celeste, a name that felt both elegant and fitting for the antique doll. For the first few days, Celeste was simply a cherished toy. Lily took her everywhere, to school, to the park, even to bed. She'd brush Celeste's long, silky hair, whispering secrets only a 7-year-old could possess, secrets of crushes on classmates and anxieties about upcoming spelling tests. The whispers, at first, were Lily's own. Then, the whispers started. It began subtly, a faint rustling sound barely audible above the hum of the refrigerator or the tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the hallway. Lily would dismiss it, attributing it to the creaks and groans of the old Victorian house they lived in, a house that seemed to hold its breath, waiting. But the whispers grew bolder, more insistent, weaving themselves into the fabric of the silence, like insidious threads tightening around her heart. They weren't words, not initially. They were more like breaths, chilling murmurs that seemed to emanate from the doll itself, from the very depths of its painted eyes. Lily would find herself startled awake in the dead of night, the darkness pressed against her like a suffocating blanket, the whispers a chorus of unseen voices singing a haunting lullaby. The temperature in her room would plummet, a glacial chill that seeped into her bones, even with the electric heater blasting on full. The unsettling whispers invaded her dreams, transforming her once vibrant and playful sleep into a chaotic jumble of shadowy figures and distorted faces. Celeste would appear in these dreams, no longer a sweet-faced doll but a malevolent presence, its eyes burning with an unnatural light. In these visions, Celeste's blue eyes seemed to glow, their serene look replaced by something ancient, something deeply unsettling. During the day, Lily's behavior became erratic. She grew withdrawn and quiet, clinging to Celeste like a lifeline in a storm. Her appetite waned, her once bright eyes now shadowed with a perpetual fear that her parents couldn't understand. Her laughter, once a vibrant sound that echoed through the house, was replaced by nervous giggles that trailed off into silence. She started talking to the doll incessantly, her words barely audible, as if afraid of being overheard. Her parents, initially dismissing Lily's anxieties as childish fancies, grew increasingly concerned. Her teacher reported that Lily was becoming withdrawn and disruptive in class, often staring blankly into space, as if lost in a world unseen. Her once cheerful disposition had been completely eroded by an unseen force, replaced by a pervasive, unsettling quietude. The change was so profound, it was as if a different child occupied Lily's body. One evening, while cleaning out Lily's room, her mother stumbled upon an old wooden chest tucked away in the attic. Inside, nestled amongst yellowed lace and moth-eaten fabrics, were several letters, tied together with a fragile piece of twine. They were addressed to a woman named Eliza, written in elegant script on aged parchment. As her mother began to read, a cold dread seeped into the air, a feeling that mirrored the chill that had been permeating Lily's room. The letters described a tragic tale, a tale of obsession, madness, and a doll eerily similar to Celeste. Eliza, it seemed, had received the doll from her own grandmother, a woman known for her unsettling eccentricities and secretive practices. The letters detailed Eliza's growing dependence on the doll, her descent into paranoia, her increasingly erratic behavior, and eventually, her tragic end. The whispers, it seemed, weren't just in Lily's imagination, they were a curse passed down through generations. The letters spoke of a growing sense of dread, a feeling of being watched, followed by the chilling whispers that echoed in the night, mirroring Lily's experiences. The chilling similarity between Lily's behavior and Eliza's descent sent shivers down her mother's spine. She couldn't shake the growing sense of dread that had settled in her heart. The letters described Eliza's final days, filled with terror and despair, culminating in a horrifying discovery that hinted at the doll's true nature. The revelation solidified their fears. The doll wasn't just an antique, it was a conduit, a vessel for a malevolent entity that fed on the innocence of children. The whispered commands, the chilling temperature drops, the distorted dreams, it was all connected to Celeste, the seemingly innocent doll that held a dark, ancient secret within its porcelain shell. The ancient evil hidden within Celeste's seemingly innocent facade was slowly consuming Lily, twisting her into a macabre reflection of Eliza. Armed with this newfound knowledge, Lily's parents attempted to destroy the doll. They tried burning it, smashing it, even attempting to submerge it in holy water. But each attempt was met with resistance, with the doll seeming to fight back. The house became a stage for terrifying events, objects flying across the room, doors slamming shut, unseen hands tugging at Lily, trying to pull her away from her parents. The whispers intensified, morphing into chilling commands, directing Lily's actions. She would act as if possessed, mimicking the actions described in the letters, actions that were chilling in their similarity and terrifying in their implications. Her parents watched, helpless, as their daughter's innocence was systematically eroded, replaced by a terrifying emptiness that mirrored the darkness emanating from Celeste. The climax of the terrifying ordeal came during a stormy night, the wind howling like a banshee outside, mirroring the turmoil inside the house. In a desperate act of defiance, Lily's father, driven by primal instinct to protect his daughter, confronted the doll, attempting to sever its connection to Lily. The struggle was intense, a desperate battle between good and evil, played out in the flickering shadows of the raging storm. The room turned into a swirling vortex of darkness, filled with spectral figures and piercing shrieks. The very fabric of reality seemed to fray at the edges, revealing a glimpse of the terrible power that Celeste possessed. In the end, the doll was broken, shattered into 1,000 pieces, its malevolent spirit seemingly defeated. But the victory came at a cost. Lily, though freed from the doll's grasp, was profoundly scarred. The innocence of her childhood was irrevocably broken. The whispers might have ceased, but the memories remained, etched into her soul like a grim tattoo. The trauma manifested itself in unsettling ways: nightmares, anxiety, a persistent sense of dread that shadowed her days. The vibrant, joyful child was gone, replaced by a quiet, haunted figure, forever changed by her encounter with the whispering doll. Her parents, weary and heartbroken, donated the fragments of Celeste to a local museum, carefully concealed within a lead-lined box. They understood that the evil contained within the doll was potent and dangerous. While they had saved their daughter, they dared not risk unleashing it on another innocent child. The memory of Celeste, the whispering doll, and the chilling events that unfolded in their home remained a constant reminder of the terror they had narrowly escaped. A dark secret they would carry with them for the rest of their lives, a chilling testament to the power of ancient evil. Lily's parents, initially dismissing her increasingly erratic behavior as a phase, a product of a vivid imagination fueled by too many ghost stories, began to notice a disturbing pattern. The change wasn't gradual, it was a swift, unsettling transformation. Their once bright and bubbly daughter was becoming withdrawn, her laughter replaced by nervous giggles that trailed off into silence. Her appetite vanished, leaving her pale and gaunt, a stark contrast to the rosy-cheeked child they knew. Sleep, once a refuge, became a torment, filled with nightmares that left her trembling and clinging to Celeste with an almost desperate fervor. The change wasn't just emotional, it was physical. A pervasive chill seemed to emanate from Lily, making her skin clammy and her breath shallow. Even on the warmest summer days, Lily shivered, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. The house, their old Victorian home, seemed to amplify the chill, the creaking floorboards and rattling windows adding to the growing sense of unease. It felt as if an icy breath was constantly nipping at their heels. Her parents, John and Mary, tried to reason with Lily, to coax her out of her shell. They spoke to her teachers, who corroborated their observations. Lily was becoming increasingly withdrawn and disruptive in class, often staring blankly into space, her gaze unfocused, as if lost in a world unseen by the rest of them. Her normally exceptional grades were plummeting, replaced by blank papers and a growing detachment from her schoolwork. The concerned looks exchanged between her teachers worried John and Mary even further. One evening, while attempting to tidy Lily's room, a task that had become increasingly difficult given Lily's reluctance to part with Celeste, Mary stumbled upon a hidden compartment beneath Lily's bed. Inside, nestled among dusty toys and forgotten trinkets, was an old, wooden chest. Intrigued, she carefully lifted the heavy lid, revealing its contents: faded lace, moth-eaten fabrics, and several letters tied together with a brittle piece of twine. The paper was aged, the ink faded, but the elegant script was still legible. The letters were addressed to a woman named Eliza. As Mary began to read, a cold dread seeped into the room, a palpable sense of foreboding that mirrored the chill that had been surrounding Lily. The letters chronicled a tragic tale, a descent into madness that mirrored Lily's disturbing transformation with uncanny accuracy. Eliza, it turned out, had received the doll from her own grandmother, a reclusive woman known for her unsettling eccentricities and secretive practices. The letters detailed Eliza's growing dependence on the doll, her increasing paranoia, and her erratic behavior, a spiral into a terrifying darkness that echoed Lily's experiences. Eliza described the whispers, a chilling chorus that echoed in the night, unsettling dreams that transformed her sleep into a waking nightmare, and the unbearable cold that seemed to radiate from the doll itself. Eliza's descriptions were chillingly similar to Lily's accounts, weaving a terrifying narrative that connected the two women across generations. The unsettling similarities struck Mary to the core, confirming their growing suspicion that something far more sinister than a childhood fancy was at play. The chilling details of Eliza's final days, filled with terror and despair, sent a shiver down Mary's spine. The letters culminated in a horrifying discovery: a revelation that hinted at the doll's true, malevolent nature. It was clear the doll wasn't just an antique, it was a conduit, a vessel for an ancient evil that preyed on the innocence of children. The whispers, the temperature drops, the distorted dreams, it all pointed to Celeste, the seemingly innocent doll harboring a dark, ancient secret. The weight of this knowledge settled heavily on Mary and John. They had initially dismissed Lily's fears, attributing them to childhood fantasies. Now, they faced a horrifying truth. Their daughter was not merely experiencing childish anxieties, she was being tormented by an entity far older and more malevolent than they could have ever imagined. The realization filled them with a gut-wrenching dread, the kind that claws at the throat and constricts the heart. They were facing a force beyond their comprehension, a supernatural evil that seemed determined to consume their daughter. Armed with this horrifying revelation, John and Mary desperately tried to sever the connection between Lily and Celeste. They attempted to destroy the doll, employing every method they could think of: burning, smashing, submerging it in holy water, but each attempt was met with baffling resistance. The doll seemed to defy destruction, as if imbued with an unnatural resilience. The house, once a familiar refuge, transformed into a terrifying battleground. Objects flew across the room, doors slammed shut with violent force, and unseen hands tugged at Lily, attempting to pull her away from her parents. The whispers intensified, morphing from subtle murmurs into chilling commands, dictating Lily's actions. She became a puppet, her will subjugated by a malevolent entity. Her parents watched, helpless, as their daughter's innocence was systematically eroded, replaced by a terrifying emptiness that mirrored the darkness emanating from Celeste. The once vibrant child was fading, replaced by a hollow shell manipulated by an ancient evil, a terrifying reflection of Eliza's fate. The climax arrived on a stormy night, the wind howling like a tormented beast outside, mirroring the turmoil within their home. Driven by primal instinct and desperation, John confronted the doll, engaging in a desperate battle against an unseen force. The room became a swirling vortex of darkness, spectral figures twisting and contorting in the flickering candlelight, piercing shrieks tearing through the air. The very fabric of reality seemed to fray at the edges, revealing a terrifying glimpse into the true nature of Celeste's power. In the end, the doll was broken, shattered into 1,000 pieces, its malevolent spirit seemingly defeated. But the victory was Pyrrhic. Lily, though freed from the doll's grasp, was profoundly scarred. The innocence of her childhood was irrevocably shattered. The whispers may have ceased, but the memories remained, a chilling testament to the terrifying ordeal she had endured. The vibrant, joyful child was gone, replaced by a haunted figure forever altered by her encounter with the whispering doll. Her parents, weary and heartbroken, donated the fragments of Celeste to a local museum, carefully concealed within a lead-lined box, a chilling testament to the ancient evil they had barely escaped. They knew, with a certainty that chilled them to the bone, that the power contained within that porcelain shell was too dangerous to risk unleashing again. The memory of Celeste, the whispering doll, and the terror they had faced would forever haunt their lives, a grim reminder of the malevolent forces that lurk just beyond the veil of the everyday world. The chilling tale of Celeste served as a stark warning, a cautionary tale whispered on the wind, a chilling reminder of the secrets that some objects hold, and the terrifying consequences of disturbing them. The whispers started subtly, almost imperceptible against the backdrop of Lily's nightly anxieties. Initially, they were just faint murmurs, barely audible above the rhythmic ticking of her grandfather clock. But as the days bled into weeks, the whispers grew bolder, more insistent, weaving themselves into the fabric of Lily's dreams and waking thoughts. They weren't words, not in the traditional sense, but more like sensations, a chilling caress against her mind, a feeling of being watched, of being guided. At first, Lily dismissed them as mere figments of her imagination, a consequence of the chilling tales she devoured in her parents' extensive library. But the whispers persisted, growing in intensity and frequency until they became a constant, unnerving presence. They insinuated themselves into every aspect of her life, twisting her thoughts, influencing her actions, subtly manipulating her reality. Her behavior began to change, becoming increasingly erratic and unpredictable. The vibrant, playful child her parents knew was slowly fading, replaced by a withdrawn, strangely subdued version. Her laughter, once infectious and spontaneous, was now replaced by a series of nervous giggles that trailed off into silence, leaving an uncomfortable void in their old Victorian home. She'd often stare blankly into space, her eyes unfocused, as if gazing at something only she could see. The once tidy space of her room became a chaotic mess. Toys were scattered haphazardly, clothes lay strewn across the floor, and a peculiar stillness hung in the air, broken only by the soft, unsettling whispers that only she seemed to hear. The usual clutter of a child's room had been replaced by an eerie order, as if guided by an unseen hand. Her relationship with Celeste intensified. She carried the doll everywhere, clutching it tightly, as if it was a lifeline in a sea of growing unease. The doll, once a source of comfort, now seemed to exude a chilling energy, a palpable sense of coldness that seemed to seep into Lily's very being. She slept with it, cradled it, whispering secrets to it in the dead of night, secrets that her parents couldn't fathom. The unsettling similarities between Lily's behavior and the descriptions in Eliza's letters became increasingly apparent. Lily's paranoia, her sudden fits of anger, her aversion to light, and her escalating fear of the dark, all mirrored Eliza's experiences with uncanny accuracy. The chilling details of Eliza's descent into madness played out in Lily's life, a horrifying echo across generations. The whispers evolved, morphing from subtle suggestions into direct commands. They began to dictate Lily's actions, guiding her movements with a sinister precision. Simple tasks became distorted, imbued with a sinister purpose. She'd find herself inexplicably drawn to certain objects, performing bizarre rituals with them, arranging them in peculiar patterns, whispering incantations that sent shivers down her parents' spines. Her once organized schoolwork became littered with strange symbols, barely legible scribbles that seemed to pulsate with an unnerving energy. Her perception of reality began to warp. Familiar objects and places took on new, menacing forms. The shadows seemed to deepen, stretching and twisting into grotesque shapes. Her reflection in the mirror was no longer her own. Sometimes it would stare back, empty and soulless. Other times it would mimic the porcelain smile of Celeste, unnervingly lifelike and chilling. The house itself seemed to conspire against them. Doors would slam shut with violent force, objects would fly across the room, and unseen hands would tug at Lily, attempting to pull her away from her parents. The temperature would plummet suddenly, a bone-chilling cold that had nothing to do with the outside weather. The air thickened with an unseen energy, a feeling of malevolent observation, intensifying their mounting fear. John and Mary, desperate to protect their daughter, tried everything they could think of. They consulted doctors, psychologists, and even priests, but no one could offer a satisfactory explanation for Lily's disturbing symptoms. The whispers were never heard by anyone else, reinforcing their terrifying belief that this was a case far beyond medical science or religious intervention. One night, Lily, her eyes glazed over and unfocused, stood before the fireplace, clutching Celeste. The fire crackled and spat, casting dancing shadows on the walls that seemed to writhe and twist like living creatures. Her parents watched in horror as Lily began to chant, her voice a strange monotone, echoing the whispers that had tormented her for so long. The words were incomprehensible, yet filled with a chilling power, a sinister energy that emanated from her, wrapping itself around them like an icy shroud. The house groaned under the strain of the supernatural forces at play. The very foundation seemed to tremble as an unseen presence exerted its will. The air crackled with electricity, objects vibrated violently, and a bone-chilling wind howled through the house, despite the sealed windows. It felt as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling, revealing a terrifying glimpse into a dimension beyond human comprehension. John, driven by desperation, attempted to take the doll from Lily's grasp. But as his fingers brushed against the cold porcelain, a wave of icy energy surged through him, throwing him back against the wall, leaving him breathless and shaken. Lily screamed, not in fear, but in rage, her eyes burning with an unnatural fire, mirroring the terrifying glow that emanated from Celeste's glass eyes. The ordeal continued for what felt like an eternity. Each night seemed to amplify the horrors, each day bringing fresh terror. The whispers became a constant companion, a malevolent entity that seemed to feed on Lily's growing despair. Her parents watched, helpless, as their daughter spiraled further into the abyss, her innocence eroded, her personality shattered by the ancient evil residing within the porcelain shell of Celeste. The once vibrant, joyful child was fading, replaced by a hollow, vacant shell manipulated by a force far beyond their understanding, forever changed by the relentless power of the whispering doll. Their once loving home had become a battleground, a chilling testament to the terrifying power of the past. The struggle to save their daughter was a fight against an ancient evil, a fight for Lily's soul, and the only certainty was that the horrors they faced would forever haunt their lives. The decision to destroy Celeste felt like a final, desperate gamble. John, his face etched with exhaustion and fear, held the doll aloft, the porcelain skin cold against his trembling fingers. Mary stood beside him, her eyes wide with a mixture of dread and determination, clutching a heavy antique fireplace poker. The fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting flickering shadows that danced and writhed like grotesque specters on the walls. Lily, eyes vacant and unseeing, sat slumped in a chair, oblivious to the impending confrontation. John raised the poker, intending to shatter the doll, to sever the malevolent connection that had taken root in their daughter's soul. But as the poker descended, a chilling wave of icy energy pulsed from Celeste, throwing him back against the wall with violent force. The air crackled with an unnatural energy, and the room plunged into an unnerving silence, broken only by the erratic thumping of John's heart against his ribs. Mary screamed, her voice sharp and piercing, as the room descended into chaos. Objects flew across the room, propelled by an unseen force. The temperature plummeted, creating an arctic chill that seeped into their bones despite the roaring fire. The shadows deepened, growing longer and more sinister, writhing like sentient creatures. The once familiar room transformed into a terrifying landscape of shifting darkness and unpredictable chaos. The doll, seemingly untouched by John's attack, began to glow with an eerie, pulsating light. Its glass eyes, usually vacant, now burned with an unnatural fire, reflecting the flickering flames like malevolent stars. A low, guttural hum emanated from Celeste, a sound that vibrated deep within their chests, resonating with a chilling resonance that seemed to shake the very foundations of their home. Suddenly, Lily's eyes snapped open. But they weren't Lily's eyes. They were cold, empty, reflecting the terrifying glow of the doll. Her voice, when she spoke, was not her own, a deep, raspy whisper that sent shivers down their spines. "You cannot destroy her," the voice hissed, the words slithering out like venomous snakes. "She is a part of me, and I am a part of her." The struggle that followed was a brutal and terrifying ballet of fear and desperation. John and Mary, fueled by their love for Lily, fought tooth and nail against the malevolent power that possessed their daughter. They tried to pry Celeste from Lily's grasp, but an invisible force held the doll firmly in place. Each attempt to separate them was met with a surge of icy energy that threw them back, leaving them battered and bruised. The house became a living nightmare. The walls seemed to breathe, the floorboards groaned under unseen weight, and an icy wind howled through the cracks despite the sealed windows. Paintings on the walls twisted and contorted, depicting scenes of unspeakable horror, visions of a reality beyond their comprehension. The portraits of their ancestors seemed to sneer and leer at them, their eyes glinting with malevolent glee. Even the shadows seemed to be alive, clawing at them, attempting to drag them into the abyss. Mary, desperate to break the doll's hold on Lily, remembered an old family legend, a ritual used to banish malevolent spirits. It involved a combination of ancient chants, sacred symbols, and a rare herb known for its power to dispel dark magic. The knowledge felt distant, almost forgotten, yet the desperation of the moment brought the details sharply into focus. The ritual required a specific sequence of actions, each performed under the light of the full moon. The current moon wasn't full, but time was running out. They had to try. With shaking hands, Mary began to trace the ancient symbols on the floor with charcoal, her breath misting in the icy air. John, despite his physical exhaustion, began to chant the ancient words, his voice raw with fear and desperation. Lily, in the throes of her possession, resisted fiercely. She fought against her parents' attempts to perform the ritual, struggling against the invisible chains that bound her to the doll. Her eyes blazed with an unnatural light, and her strength was far beyond what her small frame should have allowed. As Mary completed the final symbol, a blinding light erupted from Celeste. The air crackled with energy, and a high-pitched whine filled the room, a sound so piercing it seemed to scrape against the very fabric of reality. Lily screamed, her voice a mixture of agony and rage. The room shook violently, as if the house itself was battling the ancient evil. Slowly, painstakingly, the light began to fade. The intensity of the energy subsided, leaving behind an eerie stillness. Lily collapsed to the floor, her body limp and unresponsive, Celeste falling from her lifeless grasp. The hum ceased, replaced by the crackling of the fire, now the only sound that broke the sudden silence. The transformation was gradual, subtle at first. The vacant gaze began to return to Lily's eyes, her breathing becoming steady and even. The coldness seemed to drain from her skin, replaced by the familiar warmth. After what seemed like an eternity, her eyes flickered open. Recognition dawned in their depths. A soft whimper escaped her lips, and she reached out for her mother. Mary held her close, her tears of relief mingling with the lingering fear. John, still shaken and bruised, watched them, his heart filled with a mixture of gratitude and trepidation. The battle was over, but the scars remained. The memory of the whispering doll, the chilling night of terror, would forever haunt their dreams. The house, once their sanctuary, now carried a weight of darkness, a tangible reminder of the malevolent force they had confronted and miraculously overcome. The experience left an indelible mark on their family, a chilling testament to the power of ancient evils and the enduring strength of parental love. The lingering silence in the aftermath was heavy with the unspoken knowledge of the darkness they had narrowly escaped, a testament to their victory and a chilling reminder of the unseen horrors that lie just beneath the surface of everyday life. Lily's recovery was slow, agonizingly so. The physical wounds healed relatively quickly, the bruises fading, the scrapes knitting together, but the emotional scars ran deeper, more insidious. The vacant stare that had replaced her bright, curious eyes lingered in her memories, a haunting echo of the possession. She would wake screaming in the night, her small body racked with tremors, reliving the chilling whispers, the icy grip of the doll, the sensation of being a vessel for something ancient and malevolent. The once vibrant, playful child was subdued, withdrawn. Laughter, once a constant companion, was replaced by a quiet solemnity that chilled her parents to the bone. The carefree joy of her childhood, the innocent wonder in her eyes, was gone, replaced by a wary apprehension, a shadow clinging to her like a second skin. Her drawings, once filled with bright colors and fantastical creatures, were now stark and unsettling, dominated by dark, swirling shapes and unsettling imagery that mirrored the horrifying visions she had witnessed during her possession. She'd often sit for hours staring into space, a faraway look in her eyes that suggested she was lost in a world beyond their comprehension, a world of shadows and whispers. The house, once a sanctuary of love and laughter, now felt oppressive, heavy with the lingering residue of darkness. The walls seemed to whisper, the shadows to dance, even in broad daylight, the memories of the horrific night clinging to the very fabric of the building. John and Mary tried to create a sense of normalcy, to restore the comforting routine of family life, but the chilling events had irrevocably altered their reality. Their attempts to comfort Lily often felt futile, her silences more eloquent than any words could ever be. Therapy sessions proved equally frustrating. Lily struggled to articulate her experiences, her memories fragmented, distorted by the trauma. The images that flashed before her eyes were too horrific to fully grasp, too frightening to verbalize. The psychologist suggested drawing as a form of therapy, a way to externalize her emotions and confront her fears in a controlled environment. But the drawings that emerged were disturbing, filled with symbols and imagery that echoed the chilling rituals performed that night, the ancient chants and symbols, and the unsettling glow of Celeste's eyes. John and Mary, exhausted and emotionally drained, clung to each other for support, their love for Lily the only anchor in the tempest of their emotions. The once vibrant, hopeful future they had envisioned for their daughter now felt distant, shrouded in a fog of uncertainty and fear. They debated countless nights about the best course of action. The police were baffled, deeming it a psychological episode, unable to fathom the supernatural explanation that John and Mary knew to be true. The decision to donate Celeste to a museum was a difficult one, a reluctant acceptance of their inability to fully comprehend or control the malevolent power that the doll possessed. They researched museums specializing in occult artifacts and artifacts with a history of unexplained phenomena, carefully choosing a repository where the doll would be safely secured, its potential for harm minimized. The thought of another family suffering what they had endured was unbearable. They couldn't bear the thought of another innocent child falling victim to Celeste's dark magic. The process of handing Celeste over was strangely anticlimactic. There were no dramatic outbursts, no supernatural displays of power, just the quiet transfer of a porcelain doll from one set of hands to another, a seemingly insignificant object that had held the power to shatter their lives. The museum curator, a man with weary eyes and a knowing smile, accepted Celeste with a quiet solemnity that hinted at the darkness he had encountered throughout his career. He assured them that Celeste would be kept under strict security, her display case designed to contain any potential energy. Leaving the museum, John and Mary felt a peculiar mixture of relief and unease. The weight of responsibility was lifted, yet a lingering sense of dread remained. They knew, deep within their hearts, that the incident had altered their lives irrevocably, leaving an indelible mark on their family. The whispering doll had not only taken a piece of Lily's innocence, but had also stolen a piece of their own, leaving a void that could never be truly filled. The years that followed were a slow process of healing, of rebuilding their lives piece by piece. Lily, while never quite the same carefree child she once was, slowly began to reclaim her life. Therapy continued, helping her to process the trauma and to find a way to live with the memories. The scars remained, invisible yet palpable, reminders of the darkness they had encountered and narrowly escaped. Her art gradually transitioned from the unsettling imagery of her initial recovery to a more nuanced expression of her emotions, a testament to her resilience and her strength. John and Mary, meanwhile, continued to support Lily, their bond forged even stronger by the shared ordeal. They learned to live with the knowledge that their sanctuary had been violated, that darkness lurked just beyond the veil of reality. They found solace in their family, in the love that had been tested and strengthened by the horrific events of that chilling night. But the chilling memory of Celeste's whispers, the icy touch of the doll, would forever linger in their subconscious, a constant reminder of the malevolent force they had confronted and miraculously overcome. The haunting silence that had fallen over their home after the ritual had slowly been replaced by the quiet rhythm of daily life, but the memory of that night, the fear, the uncertainty, and the fragility of their family's innocence would remain etched into the fabric of their lives, an eerie undercurrent running beneath the surface of their ordinary existence. The innocence they had fought so hard to protect was shattered, but the love that had bound them together remained unbroken, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of overwhelming terror. The Whispering Doll, a sinister memento of their ordeal, would forever remain in the confines of the museum, a chilling warning to others of the lurking darkness that can lurk even within the most innocent of objects. The price of their victory was high, a testament to the indelible mark left by the unseen forces that haunt our world.
If you've made it this far, you've heard the whispers. The static doesn't lie. If something felt too close tonight, it probably was. Subscribe for more tales that reach through the dark. Drop a comment below. What time is it right now where you are? And who's watching with you?